Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Everybody ready to go? Fired up, ready to go? All right. How's everything in your neck of the woods, Commissioner Byrd?
It's a little chilly. You might think there's a snow flurry every now and then, but then it quits. How about you?
That's a nice day. It's a little chilly, crisp here in Santa Fe. Coming to you from our hearing room.
Do you have any visitors there with you today?
I got a capacity crowd, Christopher Hall. No fire code violations in here.
Yeah, no worries about that. Well, there was some discussion that some people may show up at the hearing room, and they had asked if it was open. I said absolutely, but I guess they didn't show up. At least not yet, anyway.
Were they carrying weapons?
I hope so. Got to protect our commissioner there.
Keep your Omicron distance.
All right, folks, it's 9:30. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Mike Smith, are you here this morning or is
Yes, I am.
All right, welcome back, Michael Smith.
Thanks.
Please take the roll.
Commissioner Fishman.
Here.
Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Here.
Commissioner Byrd.
Present.
And Commissioner Maestas.
I'm here.
We have 4 commissioners present. That constitutes a quorum for purposes of conducting an open meeting.
Thank you, Michael. Let's go on to the Pledge of Allegiance and the State Pledge. I'd like Commissioner Byrd to lead us in both. Commissioner Byrd.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Thank you,
Did you get
Commissioner
it right,
Byrd.
Mr. Smith?
Depends on your version.
Right.
All right, let's move on to item 3, consideration and approval of the agenda. I do have a couple of proposed amendments, but I will hold off until I hear from other commissioners. Are there any suggested changes to the agenda? Okay. Yes, Commissioner Hall.
Good morning. No, I don't have any suggestions. Let's see. I believe we will have we have Senator Michael Padilla present, I believe, to speak about his 2 bills that he is proposing in the legislature. So I wondered if it would be possible for him to his presentation be brought to the beginning of the agenda so that he could get on with the work of the legislature following that. Would that be possible to move that up maybe to before the formal presentation in item 6, maybe right after public comment? Would that be a possibility? Or
well, we're going to do it in conjunction with introduction of special guests. So we're going to move up the last 2 pre-filed Senate bills that are on the agenda.
okay.
We'll be moving those 2 up under introduction of special guests. my understanding is that you're correct, Vice Chair Hall. We have Senator Michael Padilla presenting, and I believe Leo Baca with CenturyLink will also be on the Zoom call to answer any questions. And I'm told that Carlos Lucero with Public Service Company of New Mexico will also be on the Zoom call to assist Senator Padilla if needed.
Okay,
So with that change, do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
so moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Hall, a second by Commissioner Fishman. Any discussion on the motion? Michael Smith, take the vote.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The agenda is approved, vote of 5-0.
All right, let's move on to introduction of special guests. Isaac, are there any other special guests besides Senator Padilla, Mr. Leo Baca, and Mr. Carlos Lucero?
Chairman Maestas, no, there's no other special guests today other than those gentlemen.
Okay. Senator Michael Padilla, are you there?
Appears to be muted.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I hope I never have to hear that for the next 20 years, but I probably will. You're muted.
I'm glad
Yes,
you're with
sir.
us this morning, Senator.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, commissioners. I have just thoroughly enjoyed working with the commission for this is my 10th year in the state Senate now. One of my primary, and I appreciate all of you for allowing me to join you today. I know that you've had to make some moves in your agenda, and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. I'm starting my 10th year in the Senate. One of the 6 major swim lanes that I swim around in is the access and expansion of broadband here in New Mexico. And as technology has advanced, that means telecommunications, because in large part, telecommunications in New Mexico now exists broadband exists intertwined with telecommunications. So that's one of the reasons I'm here today. Another one is to simply answer any questions. I did ask the 2 individuals mentioned earlier to be on standby or to be available in case you have a question that maybe I don't think I would be the best person to answer. I want to just underscore and make it super duper clear, as my son say, super duper, that this legislation may affect these 2 organizations directly, but it also affects multiple others in the state as well, and will continue for a very long time that way. But they are experts that may be able to help me with some of this stuff. If I could start with the utilities legislation, that is Senate Bill pre-file number 221234.2. Mr. Chairman, if that'd be all right with you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna just pull up a document for myself so I can jog my memory. Appreciate your patience there. Yeah, so I think we all know that, broadband is going to be, it's not just a saying in a movie, it's the way of the future for absolutely almost everything that we do in life. Again, I chair or vice chair, I'll be chairman this year of the Science, Technology, and Telecommunications Committee. I've made this a focal point or a centerpiece of the work of that committee, because to me, broadband does significant and adequate broadband does 3 things for us. One is it brings economic development and job creation to our communities, irregardless of where you are in the world, if you have adequate broadband. 2, it brings telehealth and telemedicine to parts of New Mexico that may have never had a healthcare provider ever. Now, obviously, I think we all know, I'm getting to that age myself, where the work of the medical or healthcare that I need won't be handled solely online. But that will at least bring the pre-services, to where they advise me on when I do need to go in to see a doctor, or when I do need to do this or that or the other to avoid and have preventative health that way. And over the past year and a half with the pandemic that we've been experiencing, distance learning, we are down the path of probably seeing that never go away. We were already attempting to do that to bring higher education to parts of the world that didn't have it. including the most rural parts of New Mexico. But as we can see, we sent all of our children home to learn, and we need to have adequate broadband for the schools, public, private, et cetera, and our students and our families to be able to do their learning online whenever it's needed. So those are the three things that broadband does for us. I know I'm singing to the choir here. I know you know that already, but I just always like to highlight that for folks that might be listening, because we don't really think of it from that perspective all the time. So I, merrily went along my way trying to figure out how can I expand broadband and provide access to broadband in New Mexico. I can go over the litany of stats and facts and figures, but it's startling to know that 28% of New Mexicans don't even have terrestrial broadband. And that's a huge problem. That sets us behind in so many different ways. If you look at a heat sheet of New Mexico or heat map, you'll be able to see exactly and layer over economic development, prosperity, unemployment, health-related risks, crime, et cetera, and you might see the exact same linkage there as well. So again, looking for ways. In 2017, was able to successfully pass a significant rewrite of the New Mexico Telecommunications Act. That took me 3 years to accomplish. Worked very closely with people on this panel, on this commission, worked very closely with the CWA and the unions here in New Mexico, worked very closely with business and industry. You have one of those folks, a couple of those folks here today. And then that year, we also rewrote as a team, we got together and we wrote the USF fund to give you, the commission, the ability to choose how you collect the USF funds from all of our cell phones, bills, landlines, et cetera. And then also, I was able to place broadband in the Local Infrastructure Act that year. Unfortunately, had to go to court with the governor 3 times, the previous governor, but eventually we all saw it the same way, and that is now part of our life now. So in doing that and getting those 3 things done that year, I set about trying to find a way to provide easier access to broadband. And I want to say that this is not an original idea of my own. This is something that has been happening in other parts of the country. And individuals here in New Mexico also wanted to work on this. So we put our heads together and we decided to move down the path of providing broadband transmission over our existing utility lines and utilizing those easements that already exist. I'm told, I'm not an engineer myself, or I'm not an electrical professional or whatever providing electricity, or even in the transmission area, but 5 to 7% of the lines that you see running all over New Mexico are actually being utilized. That means that there's more than 90% capacity on those lines to do something else with. So I thought, well, why wouldn't we do it now? And as it turns out, those lines can reach up to 99% of New Mexicans, which is a beautiful thing, even in some of the most rural hinterlands. I think we all know the topography of New Mexico is such that it makes it very difficult and very expensive to take broadband to other locations in the state.
Excuse me, I think you're
Senator?
picking up a lot here, Michael. Is anyone else having a problem?
Yeah, your sound
Yes,
is
I
a bit-
am. I can't hear him very well. I mean, it's breaking up.
Senator, yes, your audio is a bit garbled. You may want to turn off your video if you've got an unstable internet connection.
How's that? Can I just have a little better?
Much better.
It's because I put on multiple pounds during the pandemic, but I think this is a much better image for you to look at. So thank you very much. And I appreciate you, Commissioner Fishman. Thank you. So I'm going to dig very quickly into this legislation. So essentially the other 90 or so % of the capacity there, why don't we utilize that to transmit broadband here in New Mexico? The bill itself, with recent funding of over 100 million from the state's Connect New Mexico Fund, could be help to expand broadband. It could help connect our kids, as I mentioned, to distance learning, the telehealth, the economic development, et cetera. This simply provides a tool, a vehicle, a vessel, if you will, to transmit broadband. This bill does not allow for a company like a PNM or others to actually get into the broadband delivery game, but it does allow them to utilize the lines that are already in place to transmit broadband. I mean, that is essentially what the legislation does. We have such widespread poverty here in New Mexico that we have to find a way to bring economic development to, again, some of the most rural parts of New Mexico. And this is one of the tools that I believe will help us to do that. We don't have to have a massive capital infusion We don't have to, we basically are going to turn on a switch and be able to transmit broadband over these lines. It does not allow for a company like a PNM or whatever to charge exorbitant rates or anything like that. None of those issues. But essentially, they would have to perform and compete and provide quality of service, et cetera, all of the things that you all manage. And that's what this legislation will do. So again, it allows existing utility easements to be used not just for internet utility communications, but for the purpose of leasing those existing fiber internet, to internet service providers to expand their broadband networks. So I don't know why we wouldn't do this. Again, in January of 2021, this has now become a way of life in Colorado, Georgia, Indiana, Minnesota, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and it was most recently passed in the state of Alabama. We do have a strong partnership coming forward to help me get this done this year, including Leadership Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Greater Albuquerque Chambers. Edison Electric Institute, the United States Hispanic Chamber of Commerce has endorsed this legislation, by the way. The Albuquerque Hispano Chamber of Commerce, the New Mexico State Land Office, and New Mexico Department of Transportation have weighed in and have provided positive comments with regard to this legislation. The New Mexico Utilities in El Paso, Electric, Xcel Energy is PNM, they're here today, the New Mexico Rural Cooperative, and the New Mexico Technology Council. So, Mr. Chairman, I think that I'm really shy and can probably talk for 3 hours if you let me get away with it. But I think I will stop for now and see if there are any questions. I just want you to know that I'm your man in the field in the legislature, beating this drum every moment of every day, and I wouldn't bring this to you or for your consideration. And something else I want to mention is I'm really not looking for an endorsement or anything like that. I am looking to answer questions so that ideally you'll ask me questions that I will get later from my colleagues. So I am happy to turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman, and then we can jump into the other piece of legislation.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for your leadership in expanding broadband throughout New Mexico. I think it's just no secret, especially in light of what we experienced during this pandemic, that there's a great need for this. And what's encouraging is that we're going to have some investment behind this. And so it's a very exciting time in our state with respect to this issue. Before I open up the floor for any questions regarding this bill, I'd like to go bill by bill, if that's okay. But I understand that staff was going to maybe present anything regarding this bill. Wayne, will there be just a brief staff perspective on this before we open the floor for questions?
Mr. Chairman, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Good to see you, and Senator Padilla, also very nice to see you. Happy New Year. John Reynolds provided just a very brief summary of the bill. I think that's been distributed to the commission. I'm sure he could go through that if you'd like, but that was the only thing that we were planning to present this morning, was that summary.
So there's no need to go through in great detail of the written summary that's been sent out already, but I'd like to invite John to see if he has anything to add from staff's perspective before we open it up for questions.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and commissioners and
good morning, John.
Senator. Yes, I reviewed this bill a year ago, and I've reviewed it again this year. It seems to be largely identical to the last year's bill. And in our analysis, we've looked at the impact of the bill on utilities and utility ratepayers. The only thing I would like to add at this point is to describe briefly that the bill provides for the PRC to approve cost recovery by the utilities for the development of broadband infrastructure, and to approve cost recovery through rates and riders on electric utility bills. So this is a bit of an unusual approach in that bills are meant to be to cover electric service. And so I just wanted to point that out to the commission. That has been generally the focus of staff's review of this matter. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And just for our own our own purposes. So we'll be actually seeing a fiscal impact report from staff at some point regarding this bill.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I've completed an initial draft, but I should have that fairly shortly for the commission and for my colleagues at legal and general counsel to look at.
Thank you, John. So, okay, I'm going to open the floor to the commissioners. Any questions for Senator Michael Padilla regarding this pre-filed Senate bill?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Hall, go ahead.
Well, I don't know if I have a question so much as I just wanted to say I'm really, and I'm not looking for an endorsement or anything, but we heard about this kind of positive use of this infrastructure, of utility infrastructure, a number of years ago, and I'm just glad we finally got a bill in our legislature about it. I mean, I think at that time there was only one state, I think it was Kentucky or someplace, I can't remember, but another rural state, Tennessee maybe, and it just makes so much sense for states with a large rural community to pursue. So I just wanted to say I'm glad to see this bill, and it's fairly short and sweet and to the point. And that's another good thing about it. It's not combined with anything else. It's just this one topic, and I really appreciate that about it too. So hopefully it'll have some success.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hall.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, actually, when I first came in, we tried to get some utilities and broadband companies together. And one of the topics we talked about was, gee, how can we use these existing utility lines instead of duplicating infrastructure? So thank you so much for pushing that forward, because there's no sense for us to be double investing. But I do have a concern, and it's along the lines of what John brought up, is that I read the bill to basically set up recovery, cost recovery. And so my questions are, and what I'm wrestling with a little bit is, does it make sense to potentially have electric utility customers be taking on the risks of, a line extension or investment that may or may not pan out? The utility decides to, put fiber along a line, I guess, and it turns out they can't get customers to use it. They can't get internet providers to use it, and then power consumers get stuck with the cost. They're taking the risk. Am I reading that correctly? And what kind of protections do we have built in there?
So, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Fishman, if you can't hear me, I'll turn off the camera again. Let me know.
Sure.
Yeah, so I think that's a great question. I had the same concern. I think where I fall on that one is the only area where this will be utilized, move along, or there would potentially be cost recovery are consumers that would also be able to utilize those services. So if there are additional fiber or other things that are added along those routes, those consumers along that way that are the utility customer, they would benefit as well, because it's going to improve and expand, from a technology standpoint. It's going to bring up the access in that area, the reliability, the quality, et cetera. So I was comfortable leaving that the way that we had it, because I feel like those along the route would only be affected, not others that aren't. So wherever those costs might occur.
So I'm not quite sure. Does that mean that there would only be billings for that infrastructure for people along the route, which sounds kind of cumbersome? Or what does that mean? And maybe P&M can jump in on that one. I don't know.
Yeah, so I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Fishman. That's how I would understand it, but let me ask them to jump in here. I believe that just again, from a technology standpoint, wherever this would occur, the entire base would benefit from it. And that's why I was very comfortable with that remaining where it's at. I don't know that that answers your question. It's a philosophical choice that I made when we
Sure.
decided to go down this road. I don't know if Carlos Lucero from PNM, who is one of the folks I'm working with on this. Carlos, are you available to make a comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, Carlos Lucero from the Public Service Company of New Mexico. And Commissioner Fishman, I think to answer your question the best way, I think the concern, really, the fiber or the communication that's currently within our electric infrastructure, it's really for, the use for the utility, but if we open it up for access to work with third-party communication providers. I mean, when we talk about cost recovery, I mean, it would be any kind of cost recovery would be for first for our utility and electrical use, for the customers. So they are always going to, because it's our job to always bring reliable electricity and the communications, make sure our equipment talks to each other from generation, transmission to substation, and it's all part of the process to make sure that our electrical grid is in sync. So it wouldn't be, the cost recovery would be for those uses and not solely for broadband. And also, I just want to mention within the cost recovery, if we build out any new broadband or any new communications such as fiber, and then if there's any broadband with how this bill, how we want to utilize this bill, any profits that the electric utilities would make would go back as a credit to the ratepayers.
Yeah, that's how I read the bill, and I think it was written pretty clearly. But what happens if if you're not earning back your cost? Well, I'll ask a couple of follow-up questions. One is, if you're building that communications capability on your system, what amount of additional investment does opening that up to and installing fiber that can handle the broadband capabilities, have that bandwidth? How much additional cost does it add to something you might put in place just for utility use?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Fishman, I wouldn't be the best one to answer that one. Appreciate the question, Mr. Lucero.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Fishman, as far as, we're only going to put in the communication, first where needed for the electrical side. I mean, anytime we go and really, when we talk cost recovery, I mean, we would have to go and file with the PRC, and it would have to be, be deemed unreasonable as far as, what we're trying to accomplish. So we would have to still go through PRC approval, but again, it's more of, for, the communication needs for the utility itself, for our own needs, and again, any excess that could actually be utilized to expand, the benefit of expanding broadband through rural New Mexico, and any benefits that may be, will just be part of it.
Okay, so you wouldn't see, so what I'm hearing is it doesn't sound like you're incurring any extra cost, because you're just going to do it to the specs of the utility to enhance its electric service, and then any excess capacity you'll make available to retail broadband providers. Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Fishman, that's correct.
So if that's the case, to me, it's a little bit unclear why there would be an extra investment at all. I'm still trying to wrap my brain around that. And I'm not doing this to be critical. I want this to happen. I just want to be sure we're very comfortable that we're not putting consumers at unnecessary risk. So please take these questions constructively, because sometimes I start asking them and people think I'm attacking them, and I'm not. This is a great concept, and I just want to be sure we get it as clean as possible out of the box.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner. These are going to help me as I go through the next couple of fun weeks in my life. So thank you.
Okay.
Is that all, Commissioner Fishman?
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? And keep in mind that we may potentially have another bite at this apple when it goes through Legislative Council services. There might be some changes, but certainly we as commissioners have yet to see the fiscal impact report. We do have a summary from staff, but I'm going to really withhold, I think, my comments until I see that FIR. So with that, any other? Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, just to throw out a couple of thoughts is, again, I'm just trying to wrap my brain around it. I don't expect clear answers to everything today, because I know you guys are still working it through and thinking it through. But if it's relatively minor investment, there might be other ways to finance it rather than through customer bills. I'm a little bit concerned that we're setting up that broadband office, which should theoretically have a lot of expertise in this area. And I want to be sure that if we do this, how do we coordinate with them? So those are questions that I think as we go forward, I'd like to see explored, and seeing if we can, if there's some room for improvement in those areas. So thank you for bringing this forward. It's a terrific concept. And thank you, PNM, for being, and the utilities for being willing to do this, because it's kind of a no-brainer. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Fishman. Yeah, the good news is I also sponsored that bill and got that lashing 30 lashes last year, getting that done. So we are already we're in very close communication with the advisor that the governor has. I was with them the day that they announced it. When the Supreme Court also ruled against the governor that day. It was a really fun day for me being there at the cabinet table. But anyway, so aside from that, we are working very closely with the advisor, the broadband advisor, on this front and on multiple others. So I can assure you that we will make this a part of the discussion on how they can help to make this happen in an efficient manner, quick manner, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions from commissioners for Senator Padilla or the PNM representative, Mr. Lucero?
So, Mr. Chair, I just had one quick question.
Vice Chair Hall.
Following this conversation with Commissioner Fishman. So I take it there will be likely something on the bill, on a customer's bill related to costs associated with the utilities costs in, in whatever improvements they need to make to the infrastructure. But then I assume there will be a bill impact on the phone bill as well for the other installation costs, let's say, or whatever portion of the costs that will be incurred by the broadband service. Is that correct?
So, Mr. Chairman and Madam Commissioner, yeah, so essentially the end user, whatever they choose to do or decide to do, they're not good for the service itself. They're not going to interact with a PNM or a rural utility or whatever. They're going to deal with a broadband company that provides a service to them. That company, on the other hand, is going to utilize the transmission services and abilities to get it to that point. So we talk about, first mile, mid mile, and last mile. You're referencing, in my opinion, last mile in this
Correct.
scenario. And so
Yes.
they would be dealing with their provider of the broadband service.
Okay, and that's right. But on their utility bill, they may see some small kind of bill impact associated with the costs. I guess unless there's some sort of, you say there any profits that are earned by the utility company will be returned to the utility customers as a credit. Is that correct? That's correct, isn't it?
Mr. Chairman and Madam Commissioner, yes.
Okay.
But in terms of cost recovery, when or if that would happen, that would be determined and managed the way that you require these companies to do today.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
Just want to go through that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Excellent question. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hall. Any other questions regarding this particular bill by any commissioners? Commissioners Byrd and Vicente Aguilar? Any questions? It should be a lot easier than the lashings that Senator Padilla has received in the past. So go easy on him. He's still healing.
I'll leave my comments to the end after the next bill.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, any comments on this specific bill?
No, thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next one.
And so, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go ahead and turn my camera off so we don't run into any issues like we did last time or with the last one, and then I'll jump into my comments. So on this piece of legislation, I have asked Leo Baca of Lumen to be available as a subject matter expert, but again, affects that company, but in short order because of the sizing of the various companies in New Mexico as it relates to the telecommunications portion of our world. It may affect others, at some point as well. But as you may know, in 2017, I spoke of earlier, I was able to bring the New Mexico Telecommunications Act over the finish line. It took me 3 years to do that. It was a 13-year effort, Mr. Chairman. There were other legislators who had fallen on the battlefield for 10 years. And then I decided to take up the mantle and get this thing done. And it took a lot of effort with a lot of work with a lot of the folks on this very commission and a lot of great feedback, input, and help to get that done, and good guidance. But essentially what the bill does is it just takes the 2017 measure and levels the playing field where parity is concerned. I know that at one point, Lumen, previously CenturyLink, previously Quest, previously US West, I'll go through that lineage, I believe, is the way that works. It's not any of those companies anymore. It is a much leaner organization now. They've gone from being sort of an 800, 900,000 customer company to somewhere in the neighborhood of about 150 to 220,000 customers. So about less than a quarter their size now of where they were previously. So yet we were attempting, or we kept regulating, that organization, just to death, causing it a lot of difficulties to continue investment in New Mexico. So my objective that year with that bill was to help reestablish regulation parity here in New Mexico so that the state looks a heck of a lot more attractive, Mr. Chairman, for investment. Now we have dollars of our own. We are a small but very, very mighty state. I think we will all agree. We are proud of our state. And we are, basically land rich, like a lot of the southern portion of my actual Senate district. But we're basically money poor. And if we want to take a mile of telecommunications with the highest quality, a mile of broadband, up and down northern, New York State, you might have 1 million customers along that 1 mile. If you take it across some of our byways here in New Mexico, you might have more cows than actual people in that from that perspective. So what this does is it clarifies the legislation from 2017 to regulate the basic voice services of all traditional land phone companies, the same as rural providers are currently regulated, and really have been for over 20 years now under the Rural Telecommunications Act. This does not eliminate the New Mexico Telecom Act because this company and several others are larger than the rural carriers. It ensures rates for basic voice services are the same for both urban and rural areas. It continues to allow you, our hardworking Public Regulation Commission, to determine if there is effective competition. However, the factors are greatly simplified from 7 subjective and vague requirements like they are today to a single objective and clear requirement. Simply put, if there are 2 or more alternative providers serving customers in the same area at competitive rates, terms and conditions, then effective competition is established. Again, effective competition is established in areas when another provider is awarded funding from a state or federal broadband program in direct competition with the incumbent provider, which is what it will affect this company. And then it also requires the PRC to report to the legislature every 3 years a report that specifies the steps the PRC is taking, that you are taking, have been taken to implement parity of regulation among all incumbent phone companies. This is one of those sort of sticky wicket, as we call it, situations where we have a company that, we wanted to make sure, and it was rightfully so, regulated the way that it was. Unfortunately, today they're not the company that they used to be, and other companies. Well, sorry about that. Trying to keep that camera off. Are really kind of an unfair advantage in a lot of ways. So now, we've got to make sure that we keep, all services provided, the quality of service provided, the way that we expect. But essentially, this company does provide, essentially the backbone across the state of New Mexico. But we're regulating it like it's also got the customer base of the same size that it used to. So this is just one way to bring parity to that regulation.
Thank you, Senator. And before I open it up, I'm going to do what I did in the previous bill and ask staff to see if they have anything to add from their perspective at this point. Mike Ripberger, or I don't know who is going to or potentially weigh in from staff.
Mr. Chairman, I prepared the memo. I asked Mike to be prepared to answer questions. So that's where we stand right now. So however you want to proceed is fine with me.
Well, Russell, is there anything to add from staff's perspective at this point?
Mr. Chairman, well, it wouldn't be from staff's perspective. It would be from my own, from OGC's perspective. I would know, just what I said in the memo, that this is a bill that is pared down from last year's parity of regulation bill. As Senator Padilla said, it focuses on the difference in level of regulation applied to CenturyLink or Lumen as a large ILEC, a quote unquote large ILEC, which is what the commission has labeled any carrier with over 50,000 access lines, to the rural ILECs, which, as Senator Padilla said, are regulated under a different statute, the Rural Telecommunications Act, and are regulated at a very low level due to that act. In fact, there's no quality of service rule or consumer protection rule there. I think this point that Senator Padilla is making is correct. CenturyLink is no longer a company that serves hundreds of thousands of access lines in the state. It's serves has lost a lot of customers to wireless, and in that way, policy-wise, it may seem more similar to a rural ILEC. And so why should they be treated so differently? I can say that in the court, in the Supreme Court, when the commission's quality of service rule was appealed by CenturyLink, this was an argument that was brought up. And legally, I simply argued that, the reason there's a difference is because the rural ILECs are under a separate statute. And we're only looking at the New Mexico Telecommunications Act in this appeal. That's what the rulemaking was done under, and it only applies to CenturyLink. And that's a sufficient legal argument. But I leave it to the commission to consider what Senator Padilla said as to whether that's a sufficient policy reason to treat CenturyLink so differently. It's something that I think the commission can understand from what Senator Padilla was arguing. I would note that with the Rural Telecom Act, our level of regulation is almost nil. I don't have a thorough analysis of the statute, but I've looked at it before, and we do almost no regulation of those rural ILECs on these kinds of issues like pricing, quality of service, et cetera. The regulation that's done of the rural ILECs comes about more as a factor the fact that they receive SRUSF funds. So we'd probably be, if this bill passes, CenturyLink would be at a very low level of regulation, like the rural ILECs probably is probably the result. And I actually have asked Mike to be available to answer questions about how we do, the extent to which we do regulate rural ILECs. So if there are any questions about that, he's available for that. And of course, I'm available for any questions about the legal aspects of the bill.
So Russell, just real quick, this wouldn't diminish our quality of service standards, correct?
Well, Mr. Chairman, it would actually require us probably to lower the quality of service standards that are applied just to CenturyLink right now. Under the quality of service rule that was adopted in 2019, because the Rural Telecom Act, at this point, I know I'm not comfortable saying there's no possibility of quality service regulation under the Rural Telecom Act. We don't currently do any quality of service regulation for those rural ILECs. And I think it's because there isn't any kind of clear mandate in the Rural Telecom Act that that the commission has the power to reasonably regulate the rural telecoms, the rural ILECs on those issues. So we would, yes, it actually would require us to bring down the level of CenturyLink's quality of service regulation. In other words, the rule that was passed a few years ago may require simply to eliminate it. I can't tell you at this point what the Rural Telecom Act would allow, but it's a very low level or no regulation in such areas, because it's a very minimal act. It's meant to have the commission regulate the Rural Telecom Act, the rural ILECs at a very, very low level, and possibly in some areas not at all. And Mike might be able to add something to that.
Yeah, Mike, if you're able to add to that, but I want to make sure that that we understand those changes, because from my perspective, we fought hard for quality of service standards, and I want to make sure that they're not diminished, but because their status is diminished, and maybe falling onto a rural ILEC, are those same quality of service standards still fair and appropriate? Anyway, Mike Ripberger, do you care to briefly add what Russell has stated?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, to discuss the quality of service regulation for the rural carriers and the consumer protection standards for rural carriers. To go back historically, way back to the early 2000s, there was a move to apply consumer protection and quality of service regulation to those rural carriers. And in fact, at an early stage in one of the cases back then, there was actually an agreement among the parties as to maybe how that might look. But the proceedings sort of faltered, and after faltering and an attempt to revive those, there were arguments made that the commission didn't have the authority to apply quality of service regulation to those carriers. And I think it may have been also argued for the consumer protection for rural carriers. So since that time, they are not subject to our consumer protection rule or to quality of service rules. They voluntarily sort of go along with consumer complaints and the consumer protection rule. But as far as quality of service goes, I don't know if the commission would be able to actually promulgate those for the rural carriers, or if CenturyLink is to have parity of regulation for rural carriers, whether or not that means that if they can't enforce it for the rural carriers, they may not be able to enforce it for CenturyLink either. But those arguments are sort of go way back to the mid 2000s.
Thanks, Mike. Before I open it up for questions, I just had one more question for Russell. Russell, in your memo to us, you point out some potential errors in the legislation, and I know we're not in the business of providing legal advice to non-agency personnel, but we do have the sponsor here with us. is there any way that we can communicate potential fixes through our FIR, or is there any way we can help the sponsor with any constructive amendments consistent with your memo?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you're correct in that OGC doesn't give advice to the legislature. We only give advice to the commission. In FIRs, though, I usually do point out what I think are drafting errors that create ambiguities, because if the bill passes, it means that the commission will have to deal with a statute that has ambiguities that are probably drafting errors. And it's generally, in the interest of the commission to not have to deal with an ambiguous statute. So I don't consider it so much advice to the drafter or advice to the legislature as just something that will ensure that if the bill passes, it will no longer be ambiguous on certain points that it is ambiguous on. So the commission will be able to deal with a clearer statute. And so that's why I usually do include those kinds of points in an FIR, so that the commission will, if the bill is passed, the commission will have a statute that's dealing with it, that it understands.
Okay, thank you, Russell. With that, if that's okay, Senator Padilla, I'd like to open it up for questions to the commission. Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah. This is a question for Michael. Michael, what kind of additional regulatory burdens does CenturyLink face compared to the ILECs under our current scheme?
Well, there are a number. One is how to demonstrate effective competition. Two, the number of individuals that can come forward to file some sort of a grievance or complaint with you as the commission. And then there are others, but those two are pretty cumbersome. I don't know that I want to. You have the statute in front of you. You have the law in front of you. I think you're welcome to see that. But I know those are two very huge concerning items. I will tell you, though, that I frequently, as I've gone through this journey and getting all of this done, I have asked Lumen for data and facts and figures on these items. I have not, as a matter of fact, I've seen a significant improvement in the time that we've leading up to the 2017 piece, and then within the year and a half following. I didn't ask this of them after, but I wanted to know how many complaints per 100 customers they had received, and they had seen about a 54%, if I recall, a 54% improvement on that. So I feel like they're doing what they need to be doing. I am supportive and have agreed to continue this journey because of that. I want to assure you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, I would not be here having this conversation with you if I didn't feel like they were taking those requirements seriously.
When Senator Padilla, when we talk about effective competition, what does that determination affect in terms of CenturyLink's operation? Where there's effective competition, does that mean they don't have as much of a reporting burden, or are there other factors involved there?
Well, in my opinion, again, not being a telecommunications attorney, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, that's one of those points that has always kind of gotten in my crawl, if you will. By doing, essentially, CenturyLink provides the backbone, as I mentioned earlier, or I'm sorry, Lumen provides the backbone for all of these companies to exist anyway. But what effective, in my mind, effective competition does, and I want that, by the way, I do want that to remain a part of our life here in New Mexico, is competition for price, quality, deliverability, service delivery, et cetera. Because if you don't, then you're going to be affecting the consumer, in terms of their ability to, have 911 services as an example. And then it's not my business, but that business would falter if they didn't have that competition.
So this question's for Michael Ripperger.
I'm sorry, I thought you were for me.
No, this is the next one. I'm glad you jumped in and answered.
Okay.
Michael, if the utility shows effective competition, what changes in what we do and how we regulate?
Mr. Chairman, I believe, in going back through the the legislation, I believe that it requires the regulation to move towards what would be the regulation for a rural carrier.
Okay, and then I'm going to ask the follow-up is, that's what I thought. A follow-up question is, I know at one point where all the stuff was before the courts and being debated, that the reporting that we theoretically required, as I understood it, was not being submitted by CenturyLink. Is that still the case, or has that changed?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question again, Commissioner?
My understanding is that while our last commission decision was being litigated and being appealed, excuse me, is the word I should have used, to the Supreme Court, that CenturyLink was not providing the additional reporting that we require of them. Has that changed, or are they still not providing that reporting?
Commissioner Fishman, no, they have provided reporting.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that.
Annual report. Right.
Yeah, I guess I'll just make a general comment is that, you know, I'm sympathetic to where this bill wants to go. But this is something, you know, we'll hear a lot of legislators argue, gee, this should be a public utility, and, you know, it's a necessity just like other utilities are. And I'm not anxious to overregulate this, but I just feel like there should be a clear place where all folks, whether rural ILEC or CenturyLink, just have a place to register complaints, and that we can kind of get a general measure of the level of service. I think that's really important because, as the senator points out, this is a core need of people. And in terms of quality of service, there just need to be some checks. So I'd just like to be sure that in the way this bill is done, I'm totally comfortable with parity and the idea of parity. But I do think that there should be some level of quality regulation, not burdensome, but at least to the level of compiling complaints and having some ability to say, wow, we need to fix this. And I guess that's what I'd like to see as the result of all of this. So just my thoughts.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman,
Fishman.
can I, oh, sorry.
Yes, Senator, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that's an excellent point, by the way. Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. So what we're trying to do here is, if we're going to bring parity, let's, you know how when you were in the Senate, Senator, or Commissioner, we have to pass a bill we really meant it this time.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to put it again. We really mean that you need to do this. Okay. So, and Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I'm not trying to be funny, but it is kind of funny if you've lived this part of the life or of the legislative process. But you know, we need to have parity, period. That's what I'm attempting to accomplish here. Now, I'm more than happy to sit down with the commission and carry legislation, if you need that at some point, to regulate quality or to provide quality standards, et cetera. I mean, I wouldn't be in business today if I didn't have the highest quality standards available in my industry, at least. Mm-hmm. But what are we truly doing when we ask that question about the rural carriers?
Yep.
Right. I mean, there's that whole segment population of New Mexico that a lot of times that's their only lifeline to a 911 call for emergency services. So if we're going to do that, then we need to be serious. That's why I throw in the comment about, you know, we really mean it. Well, we really need to put something in place so that everybody's regulated the same way. And that's really what the crux and the basis of this legislation is trying to accomplish. With the current set of variables, the current set of requirements and whatever, let's get together and let's be serious about it and get some quality, you know, work done. So.
Yeah. So this is staff, Michael Ripperger. is that something you feel you can put together some ideas on to help the senator as he moves forward through, he's there making the policy, but in terms of just kind of that minimum level, if we're going to have equality across the board, would you be willing to create some definitions of what that levelized regulatory minimum would be across all of these carriers that gives them equivalent?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Senator, I'm willing to help anybody with anything in legislation if they need to do that. I would, of course, want some feedback or do it in concert with General Counsel and the Commission. It may take some tweaking, not just to the Telecommunications Act, but to the Rural Telecommunications Act. And so it may be that the Commission already has the authority in the Rural Act to do some of that. That just hasn't been tested for a very long time. So, but it would take review, but I'm willing to help however I can.
Go ahead, Senator.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner and Mr. Ripperger. So as this is a 30-day session and here we are on day 2, and I think we all do know that one day is like a 7-day exercise in some cases, but we've got 30 days to accomplish what we're trying to do here. I do not want to take on this. I want to work with the Commission. I want to champion it for you. I want to help you with this, but I'm not going to change this legislation right now because we need to get this done. Full stop. And then I'm yours for the next 9 months before we come at this circus again. So thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Those are my concerns. Just wanted to get them out there. And thank you, Senator Padilla, again. I don't see anything wrong with the general direction of this. I just want to be sure we don't lose some minimum level across the board accidentally. And I think we can come up with something that's more streamlined than we've got probably. And maybe down the road, make this tangle of laws less tangled. So, and Mike, I think you probably can give some common sense thought on how we can do that. Michael Ripperger, in helping Senator Padilla in his continuing quest to do that.
Commissioner, I will help however I can.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Any other commissioners have any questions regarding this particular bill?
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Hall, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say I like the direction this whole conversation has gone because I think one thing I've always wanted to see, and I think we're starting to see this, is some sort of a sense of partnership with the legislature on major issues that are impacting everybody in our state. And I really appreciate what Senator Padilla is saying in that regard. And I also think we've gotten to the main point that has been that this whole issue regarding service to rural areas has had as a sticking point, and that is quality of service in rural areas and how to reconcile different levels of quality of service. And, when we hear our general counsel attorneys say that quality of service level is essentially nil for all the service providers except for CenturyLink, to me, that just means we need to look at that a lot more closely. I'm also completely supportive of the notion of parity and quality of service. It seems kind of like a fundamental idea, but it shouldn't be nil and it shouldn't be low either. It needs to be something that can actually help people conduct their lives in rural areas at the same quality that people in urban areas do, or areas where they get better service, which isn't necessarily urban. Because I can tell you we have service pockets that are inadequate in urban areas. But in any case, I think we've made some progress just today, but I'm saddened to hear the senator say we couldn't maybe throw in a sentence or two into his bill, because I mean, this feels like it could be an opportunity to just fix that problem with just a little wording. Sometimes it doesn't take that much to address what can be a big problem in our state right now. So I understand where he's coming from. I totally understand not wanting to have anybody touch your bill, but I wonder if we couldn't maybe brainstorm here at the commission for the next 24 hours and offer something up, because I totally appreciate time is of the essence for Senator Padilla, and I see he wants to respond. Please go ahead.
Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Commissioner. Let me rephrase. I am completely open to listening and seeing what you may come up with for this piece of legislation or for this session. Absolutely. I would say that the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish here is parity. So therefore, we would wind up having to go down the road of the parity of a term related to quality. However, we would define quality in the Rural Act as well, which this legislation does not currently affect. So I just wanted to, let me just add some more, thought behind that, because then suddenly we're open up, as former Governor Bruce King would say, a box of Pandora's with the rural carriers. And so I want to make sure that and we've not done any pre-game, pre-work, pre-season elimination or whatever with those companies. And by the way, I've carried great legislation and accomplished, with the help of this body here, great legislation for them as well. So I work with anyone that wants to work with me, and I'm open to it. I will say that I'm just a bit concerned about how do we do it now, but I'm interested in what you come up with, and I'm willing to talk through it before we make any other moves. So thank you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you. And Chairman,
Commissioner Fishman.
Chairman, if I may, a suggestion we might make may not be an answer to the problem, but maybe a suggestion about a process to get to an answer that doesn't interfere with the mechanics of the bill that you're doing now. So we might
Bingo.
look
I
for,
was just going to say that, Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
yeah. So it might be something like that that realistically addresses your concerns, because 30-day session, it's just impossible. So I know what you're facing here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Just out of curiosity, Senator, has the governor issued any messages regarding these two bills?
Mr. Chairman, no, not at the moment. I will tell you that we have had extensive conversations on them. And it is my understanding that the way that this will happen, if you had an opportunity to watch the State of the State yesterday, and then the initial messages that came from the governor's office immediately following to the Senate, at least. I wasn't in the House, but they're the same things. The same messages are sent to the House. I believe that the first round of messaging is going to be, or from a strategic standpoint, is the specific agenda that she has laid out. And so that's what you saw in the messages that came out yesterday, much like any other governor. And Commissioner Fishman will probably tell you this, a message can be dropped at 9:03 p.m. as well as 9:03 a.m. or if we're in session at 3 in the morning. So yeah, so I'm envisioning the next couple of messages to begin individual member and other objective messaging. So.
Thank you, Senator. So Commissioners Byrd and Vicente Aguilar, any questions for the Senator regarding this bill?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you. And as I mentioned, I just have brief comments about both. That's why I just do them at the end. As far as pre-file number 234.2, the utility easements, this is definitely a step in the right direction. I wish we could go all the way back to when we could use state highway easements for utilities. Then utilities were just dealing with one entity to get miles of utilities put in the ground, but the state has decided that their easement's too important. But as I said, this is a good step back in the right direction. Pre-file number 228.3. Although I understand what my colleagues' concerns are, and I join them in those concerns, I have always felt that unfair treatment in either direction for a company or companies is not right by any government agencies. I don't care if they're getting special treatment or harassment treatment. We should treat them all the same. If there is other concerns that need to be addressed, and they need to be addressed across the board. So I support you in this, again, in this effort to bring parity between the companies. I kind of wish we could throw in the big T-Mobile, Verizons, and all of those, because they provide serious problems for connectivity too. But we have absolutely no say in their business model. And so I see that as an issue as well. But as far as this bill is concerned, Senator Padilla, I again support you in its efforts, and we'll do so as needed. And then just finally, Mr. Chair and Senator Padilla, I want to thank you for your job fairs and your efforts to get New Mexicans back to work. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's
Thank you,
my
Commissioner
comments.
Burke. Thank you so much. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, any questions regarding this bill for the senator?
No, thank you.
All right, Senator. We appreciate your time. We know that you're very, very busy, but I, for one, really appreciate your leadership in developing the expansion of broadband. Just a note on the issue of easements. I'm sure you're aware of what Texas is doing. They are developing these mega utility easements to accommodate as many as possible. And I think our state really needs to look at that. I was part of an effort to look at establishing a fiber optic backbone along interstate rights of way. And we just ran into a number of problems because there are, it's a checkerboard along these interstate corridors, a checkerboard of publicly owned land and tribal land, and it became very unwieldy. And we were, at that time, we were looking at the state of Utah, which had done just that, had really leveraged the existence of their interstate highway alignments and principal arterials, but they didn't encounter the problems that we had. So I realize this is kind of low-hanging fruit, kind of a no-brainer, I think, as Commissioner Fishman put it. But I really think we need to look at the broader issues with respect to easements. I know we already talked about easements, but I just thought about, some of these issues. But I think that, we're moving the ball down the field. And so I, for one, appreciate all your work, and we hope you come back again. And we appreciate the willingness to work with our agency. We have a lot of capable subject matter experts, and I think this is what we want. We want to work with legislators on the front end of the legislative process instead of the back end in dealing with somewhat ambiguous statutes that perhaps we didn't weigh in on enough. So anyway, I appreciate all your work and your leadership and your service to your district and the entire state.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate you allowing me to join you and the flexibility with your agenda. All of you, I just want you to know, I really, really sincerely appreciate that. All of the comments that were made today were incredibly helpful, so I appreciate that as well. I am open, my door, as many of you may know, I talk to absolutely everybody. I don't care what walk of life, whatever you're coming from, I listen to everybody. I think you do too. I love that about each of you as individuals. I will say that as you formulate your thoughts on this, I hope you will let me know with some time to come and have another chat with you. I'll make the time to do that. If it's in person, however you'd like to do it, or in this venue. And you're welcome to use my office over on the other side of the street if you need it for any reason. I'm on the second floor, room 217 on the east side by the Senate Gallery. I think most of you know where my office is. I do have a place where you can put your coats there and drop stuff off if you need to, okay? I just want to make that offer while you're in the building. And then the other piece is, if you need me for any other reason, I hope that you'll reach out outside of this. If you need me to do anything for you over on the other side of the street on any other issue, don't hesitate to reach out and ask me. Thank you, sir. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Senator, and congratulations on your appointment to Senate Finance Committee. And I also want to thank Mr. Lucero with PNM and Mr. Baca with Lumen for standing by to field any questions. So thank you again.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
All right,
Goodbye.
let's move on to public comment. Isaac, do we have any individuals signed up for public comment?
Yes, Chairman Estes, we have Mr. Ken Costello who signed up for public comment. Ken, if you are still around, please unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes to make your comment. It looks like he may have dropped off.
Shoot.
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can.
Okay, I just don't have my video. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My remarks has to do with the the issue of public power study. You have an open docket on that, and I thought I would provide some comments. I did submit written comments for this docket, which will give more detail what I'll be talking about in my 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes now, maybe. Yeah, the issue of public power is has been with us in the U.S. for over 100 years, and certainly there's strong views on both sides. And basically, I think the issue whether to do a study or not, or what the study would involve, would be to look at the different incentives and constraints faced by private utilities versus public utilities. Okay, I think if you look at the history of both types of ownership in the U.S., they've been both satisfactory. You probably have good and bad utilities in each case. Okay, so you can't sort of outright reject, let's say public power, or outright reject private power. Okay. Now, one of the problems I have with the petition is I think it doesn't give credit, or at least space, to some of the disadvantages, some of the costs of public power. I know the petitioners wanted to do a study on public power, and in my opinion, their slant is towards public power. That would be in the public interest, because they sort of had a statement that probably if you went to public power, it would be in the interest of New Mexico. Okay, so I asked, well, what's the problem? Because if you convert from private to public power, there's a high switching or transition cost to go from one to the other. And even if you did a study, a preliminary study, an engineering study, feasibility study, it may show that you could go from private to public power. But then, as we know from experience, in a lot of jurisdictions, there's obstacles to move one to the other. One example is in Santa Fe. The prime example is probably Boulder, Colorado, which took, I don't know, about 10 years before the city decided to drop their proposal for public power. They spent $30 million, and it was highly controversial. Anytime you do that, because you're taking property away, private property away, and there's going to be certainly intense opposition anytime that happens. So I think that in New Mexico, so the question is, what serious problem would justify spending a lot of money on a study evaluating public power at this time? Especially if you're using taxpayers' money. One thing, if these groups, if New Energy Economy or other proponents of public power support it, then they should spend their own money and actually present their studies before the relevant entities. For example, to the voters, let's say, if they have a discretion to go to public power, to the state legislature or city councils. But using taxpayers' money, I think, would be a waste. If you look at the benefits, the alleged benefits, I'm not sure what they would be. I think in the petition there's one possible benefit is that the state of New Mexico can move more quickly to renewable energy, clean energy. But the state has the Energy Transition Act, which is very ambitious. That's very ambitious mandates for generation technologies. Okay. And it's not all true. My research on public power, they're not greener than private utilities. I mean, if you look at the trend over the last several years, a lot of private utilities have really gotten engaged in green technologies, maybe not under their own volition, but because of legislation and outside pressure. So it's not all clear that if you went to public power that we would have more of at least a clean energy future to be achieved more quickly. The other sort of alleged benefit, I think, was mentioned last week.
And you're past your 3 minutes, just to let you know.
So what I'm saying is that if the state spends money on a study and the benefits are not clear, I don't think they're well defined. And if you did a study that you're going to have to go through a lot of obstacles and constraints, okay, taking private property, and it would set in years of litigation and delay, one has to question whether such a study would by itself pass a cost benefit test.
Mr. Costello, please wrap it up.
Okay. So the best argument, I think, would be is to have the entities that are proponents of public power to do their studies, present it, and then have the city councils, the legislature, or the voters to ask questions, critique the studies, and decide on whether public power would be good for New Mexico or their municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Isaac, any other public comment?
That is it for public comment today.
All right, let's move on to item 6. We have a presentation from ESS Inc. on iron flow battery technology. And this item was authorized by Commissioner Fishman. And I appreciate your patience. I don't know who's speaking on behalf of ESS Inc., but thank you for your patience, and please begin.
Thank you. This is Hugh McDermott. I'm the Senior Vice President for Sales and Business Development for ESS Inc. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, Mr. Chairman and Honorable Commissioners. The presentation I've prepared for everybody today is intended to be just a general information on newer battery energy storage technology that has some unique attributes that we find are important for any utility or any governmental body that's considering decarbonization as part of their long-term sector goals. And so while it's going to be obviously presented with a focus on our particular technology, I hope it does not come across as salesy in any way. It's not my intent. And I would like to make it interactive, so please interrupt me as we go along with any questions. I will keep it at necessarily a high level, but happy to go deeper technically as questions may arise. With that, may I share my screen?
You should be able to, Hugh.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to pull my screen up now then. Can we confirm everybody's able to see it? And
we can see it.
Okay, I'm going to go. I'm going to save my bandwidth a little bit here in case we have, after listening to the testimony of the last hour or so, I'm a bandwidth conservationist. Let me just drop the video there. Does that still continue the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. So ESS, let me just drop down here. ESS, our mission as a company is basically to accelerate the energy transition. My background, I've been in energy transition for virtually my entire career, trained as a mechanical engineer. I came out of school, worked on energy technology commercialization, R&D planning. A lot of my work was with DOE and some of the large majors like Westinghouse and GE, who are looking 5, 10, 15 years in the future, what energy technologies would need to be for the grid of the future and industrial energy. I'm sort of completing that journey here at ESS, where we've got a battery that helps the grid basically achieve the aspirations and policy goals of decarbonization over time. And I'll explain how. Background of our company goes back over a decade now. We were founded in Wilsonville, Oregon, just outside of Portland, just south of Portland. We currently have a 200,000 square foot manufacturing facility here. We're in the process of scaling our battery module production capability up to approximately 2 gigawatt hours of production over the next 18 months or so. Every month I have to update this slide. We're growing rapidly. A year ago, we were 60 employees. We're 200 plus today. We expect to be somewhere in the 400 to 450 by the end of this year. The technology that I'm going to describe to you today is known as a flow battery. It's uniquely different from batteries that you would be accustomed to in everyday life, and I'll explain how in a moment. Pardon me, the chemistry around it is also quite novel and unique. Point out lastly that we recently went public via a SPAC that was in October. We're fortunate to count among some of our large institutional investors, some names you see on this slide here. The SPAC was motivated by us basically to accelerate our manufacturing scale up. We have had equipment in the field, prototypes and demonstrations and pilots dating back to 2014. We had entered into the second generation design of our product, started selling that in 2019, late 2019 and 2020. And the level of demand for our product has really surpassed even our wildest expectations. And so the SPAC process and raising capital was, while it was not part of our original thinking, it's kind of a time machine of sorts, and that allows us to accelerate our development and scale up of our business. And so pull the future into today. I'm going to talk a little bit about long duration energy storage and why it's important. Hopefully many of you would be familiar with the challenges of stabilizing the grid as you get more and more intermittent resources on the grid. What we have found universally to be the case globally, policymakers, utility grid operators universally are seeing that once you get above roughly 25% renewable penetration on an existing grid, resiliency and stability, reliability starts becoming a big challenge. Over the past 10 years, energy storage was one of the technologies that in certain limited instances could help fulfill some of that stability need, some of that reliability need. It started probably about 2010, 2011 when you started to see the first projects coming out, and they were typically technologies that could offer 15 to 30 minutes of storage capability. So really very short duration, providing kind of frequency support, if you will, for the grid, keep everything in sync. More recently, in the last 3 to 5 years, you started to see that envelope stretch out to be about 4 hours as kind of the extent of what the technologies could supply economically to the grid. And that technology of choice has been lithium ion battery. Same technology you have in your cell phone, same technology you have in your portable laptops. Same one that also happens to be going into EV transportation, electric vehicle transportation. You probably all are familiar with some of the issues around lithium ion battery. I'll talk about them in a moment, but suffice to say, the 4 hour capability of the reigning technology, if you will, no longer meets the need when you get renewables penetration above about 25%. And the reason for that, as you see in that duck curve in the lower left, that period from roughly 1,600 hours out to about 2,100 hours, that was the 4 hour curve. And that steepness of that curve and the lengthening of that curve because you see it sustains well into the evening out to 24 hours, is something that existing lithium ion based energy storage technologies can't technically or economically serve. So the longer duration energy storage is really the solution to trying to stabilize grid economically in those longer durations as you try to bring more renewables onto the grid. Some of the reasons why that some of the values and benefits it brings to ratepayers, to grid operators, to society as a whole. You've got the ability to replace coal and natural gas, wind resources with greater amounts of renewable and without compromising the resiliency of the grid. You've got the capability to have what we call ride-through capacity for longer events. I'm sure in your neck of the woods, you saw the impacts of the Texas freeze last year. Those were felt across virtually half the U.S. in terms of ratepayer impacts. Those who were relying on gas supplies and had gas pipelines shut down, for example, as far away as Wisconsin and Michigan, we're feeling those impacts. Battery technology like ours could have made a difference. It's not to say it would have avoided all of that, but when you have only a couple of hours of storage versus you've got half a day potential storage, you can certainly shorten the outage or reduce some of that pain. And over time, with enough deployment of such technology, you could have potentially protected against that. One of the attributes also about long duration storage, and ours in particular, is that unlike traditional lithium ion batteries, the more you use it, the cheaper it gets. And I'll explain that in a moment in another slide here, because basically the phenomenon is you've got one fixed price up front, and it's essentially the more you can utilize it, the unit economics just go down. Battery just does not wear out. Unlike a lithium ion battery, you bought your cell phone a year ago, it would hold a charge a full day. A year later, maybe you've got to plug it in late in the afternoon to carry it into the evening. Batteries degrade as a general rule. A flow battery has some capabilities that you can prevent that from happening. In terms of the performance of a long duration battery, a flow battery, we can provide all the same functionalities as any other battery technology. Would we necessarily be purpose built for any one of those exclusively? Not necessarily. Our sweet spot would be in the 4 to 12 hour kind of range, but we can functionally, technically meet any requirement that any other battery technology can provide on the grid. Last two, but certainly not the least, some of the major selling points of our particular battery is its chemistry. The liquid in our battery, the flow part, if you will, it's iron saturated in salt water. It can't get any safer. It can't have any more sustainability profile than any other battery in the world. It also means the marginal cost of adding capacity is up to the design limits, is we're just adding more liquid. And the cost of that liquid is a few tens of dollars per kilowatt hour, as opposed to a few hundreds or even a few thousands, depending on the technology you would look at otherwise. So it's got that super safety profile, safe for people, safe for the planet. It's got one of the lowest, if not lowest, cradle to grave global impact in terms of the manufacturing and sourcing of materials to build this battery. So we've got a great story to tell about the technology from the safety and sustainability side. And it's insured by one of the major players in the world, Munich Re, which addresses technology risk for new innovative technology such as ours. Real brief, I won't get technical here, but I just want to explain what's actually happening in lay terms here. Our battery, the heart of it, and the technology that we invented was this battery module. This battery module is a sandwich construction. Visually, if you were to come visit our plant, you'd see that this is about 1 meter tall, about 1 yard tall, about 1 yard deep, and about 1 yard wide. Weighs about 700 pounds. And it's currently a 50 layer sandwich, if you will. You've got a big plastic frame there, picture frame as we call it. And in the middle of that picture frame, you've got a carbon plate. And what's happening is through some ports on the lower left side in the blue there. We've got the iron saturated salt water that's flooding up through the battery and exiting through the top. And as it's passing across those carbon plates during the charge cycle, what's happening is the iron is just simply coming out of solution and it's sticking to the graphite plate. And when we're discharging the battery, we're simply reversing the polarity on the battery, and the iron wants to dissolve back into solution. And what we solved, building off of university research in the US, was an ability to basically make that process inert to all the materials involved. And so in theory, electrochemically speaking, that thing can cycle indefinitely without loss of power or capacity. In other words, no degradation. The second thing that we had to invent to turn that idea into a product was the flow, the iron salt water battery. Every time, regardless of the chemistry of a battery, every time you do a charging cycle, there's a little bit of contamination, I'll call it, of the electrolyte. In our case, because that electrolyte is flowing external to the battery, it's not in a sealed battery like a lithium ion battery or a lead acid, you can actually process that. And so we came up with a processing solution, a host of patents around that allows us, in effect, to have the kidneys of this machine continuously processing the blood of this battery to refresh that electrolyte on every cycle. So couple that processing of the fluid with this battery that you can cycle without corrosion, without breakdown into the materials virtually indefinitely, and you've got a product that easily stands the test of several decades of operational life without loss of performance. And that's really the core selling point, if you will, of flow batteries in general and our technology in particular. What you're seeing in the right side there is kind of a cutaway of one of our product platforms. This is a containerized system, and I'll dwell on this just for a second here. What makes up a containerized or a full complete battery system is you've got these battery modules, you've got a tank that holds the salt water solution, and then you've got in the right side, lower right upper corner of the container, you've got your inverters and your electrical control system. All the materials that go into that system, with the exception of the battery modules, are off the shelf. The tank is just a fiberglass tank. The plumbing is PVC, valves are PVC. There's 3 primary pumps. You can go to Home Depot, you can order those pumps, so it's as low cost, as easy to source and maintain as one could imagine a battery to be. So we like to think that this is the Home Depot type battery, which relieves us from some of the serious concerns that other technologies have around rare earth minerals, hard to source items, and so forth that can impact your ability to build or scale a technology like this. Our battery is roughly 80 to 85% of everything that goes into our battery is sourced in the U.S. So it's a U.S. owned, U.S. built and assembled technology. Very briefly, in terms of what does all this mean for performance, grid operators, utility operators, independent power producers, industrial folks certainly will appreciate a few of these aspects because they drive the overall economics. First of all, as I mentioned earlier, we can perform any function at any duration up to currently today 12 hours, but economically where our sweet spot starts is 4 hours and above. Lithium ion kind of ends at 4 hours. And so 4 to 12 hours, we have flexibility to do short cycles, long cycles, one long cycle, multiple cycles per day, no limitations because there's no wear and tear, if you will, on the battery. Lithium ion, on the other hand, besides some well-known safety issues about fire risk and thermal runaway and those types of things, you also have some very strict operating conditions in order to maintain safety margins, preserve the life of the battery. Typically, those translate to 1 cycle per day, a rest period of 4 hours after you charge a battery, some limitations, whether you can go from a charging cycle, even a partial charge cycle, back into a discharge if suddenly there was an event on the grid and you needed it at that moment. You're pretty much limited with lithium ion too. It's only available for prescribed times and under prescribed conditions. We don't have any of those limitations on our battery. I mentioned also that because of that ability to operate without degradation, we've got an asset life that more aligns with typical utility investments. Typical utility asset investments look out 25 to sometimes 50-year horizons for justifying their investments. Our design life for our equipment is 25 years, and that's really just based on when do pumps start failing, when do motor drives need to be replaced. But the basic battery module itself, the electrolyte, the tanks, the plumbing, those can go for years, if not decades beyond that. Last, that I'll point out on this slide that I think is particularly relevant for your environment is the battery operates up to 125 degrees temperatures ambient without need for air conditioning. It actually thrives in the heat. So unlike other batteries where you're going to have additional costs, potential points of failure for air conditioning, operating in hot, arid climates, our battery actually is perfect for those environments. Last summer, we experienced some record-breaking heat in the Portland area. We had 118 degrees for 116, 118 degrees for 3 consecutive days. We were operating our batteries on test beds without any issue. I had one of my technician colleagues out in Nevada where we had a system out in the desert. We had the doors open, and just for fun, we had him sitting in a lawn chair, a tiki glass in his tiki drink in his hand, no alcohol, and an umbrella, kind of like the Maytag repairman. Nothing to do for me here at 118 degrees heat.
May I ask a question here?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman, and I invite other commissioners to do the same during the presentation.
Please.
So, maybe I'm jumping ahead, and let me know if I am. So you're saying 4 to 12 hours is your sweet spot. In terms of the field testing and pilots and deliveries that you've done so far, can you describe some of the use cases?
I do. I've got several at the towards the tail end here. If you'll bear with me, I'll
okay.
Go through them with you.
Terrific.
Thank you. Any other questions while we're at a pause? Thanks. Let me. One of the aspects I don't want to spend too much time on this, but because the technology, the way to think about these battery modules is that what's physically happening, as I described, with that iron that's sticking to the graphite plate, during charging, we're actually building up a layer, and the amount of charging correlates to the area across which we're putting that plating on, as we call it, and the thickness of that plating. And we've designed this current generation of battery modules to support up to 16 hours of plating. We've not validated or released a 16-hour version yet. We have currently validated a 10-hour at rated power version, which means 12-ish hours of total capability. What that means is that when we want to deploy a system, there's flexibility to size directly for your power and size directly for your energy. Most other battery technologies have a fixed relationship between the two. Lithium ion, for example, it kind of taps out at about 4 hours of capability with the technology. So in other words, to go to 8 hours of capability of storage capacity, which it can do technically, you basically just double the number of batteries. In our case, to go from 4 to 8 hours, we just add liquid. The basic, we don't have to double the number of batteries. We've got the capability to go out to 12, and soon that'll go out to 16. And so it's a cost function of a few tens of dollars a kilowatt hour to add iron saturated in salt water. How that translates into a unit economics, where we project out that in 2024, 2025 with lithium ion and in the most optimistic pricing scenarios, if you're looking at 4 hours, it's going to translate somewhere on a levelized cost of storage, which is the equivalent of a levelized cost of electricity calculation, if you're familiar with that, somewhere around 8 cents. You move that out to 12 hours, it doesn't really scale the economics for lithium ion. In our case, we go from at 4 hours, somewhere between 5 and 6 cents per kilowatt hour. And you go out to 12 hours and it drops dramatically down to in the 2 to 3 cent category. Because all we're doing with that same basic technology is just adding liquid. And that flexibility and that marginal cost completely forces everybody to have to rethink how energy storage can play in the grid. Because you don't have the limitations on cycling, you don't have the degradation, you've got those low economics, suddenly use cases that were never thought of as possible before start opening up. I'm going to kind of skip this. I kind of talked about it.
Yeah, Mr. McDermott, excuse me, how many more slides do you have?
Only 2 more slides and then some case studies.
If you could maybe pick up the pace just a bit.
Absolutely. So let me just jump right to 2 product slides of how this is delivered today. One is in a containerized fashion. This is primarily for distributed energy resource and or industrial applications. It's a fully integrated, you drop it on the ground, you plug it in, add water. And we can follow up some additional information on that. For utility scale, it's the same battery modules. We package them differently, have a different layout, and it allows for that customization that I spoke of in terms of how you would size the energy capacity. In terms of some case studies, here's an industrial customer. It's a recycling customer on the East Coast. It was a developer who was looking for a microgrid to sustain their operations, lower their energy costs. The economics around this turned out to be that the resiliency part, which was never part of the original calculation going in, was 3 times greater benefit than the actual energy savings itself. So it flipped the model on its head, and that if you have 1 or 2 outages a year, and those outages in this case can cost anywhere from $20,000 to $80,000 per event for this customer, being able to ride through those outages, summer storms type outages, has a tremendous savings to that customer over a course of say 10 years. This is an industrial customer in Southern California. Microgrid's got a menagerie of different generating sources. It's microturbines, solar, fuel cell. Having a battery that could be cycled in a whole range of conditions was critical here. Any other technology would have been cycled to death and would have a short life, so not viable for them. Also important to note, because of the safety of it, notice there's no offset or fire lanes. It's literally right up against the office building, something you can't do with lithium-ion battery. This is one I think is probably relevant. This is in Southern California. It's in a desert climate. This is for a utility. They're putting this out there for resiliency. What made this particular them choose our technology besides the safety of it is that the resiliency events they're trying to protect for, their primary mission for investing in this that the regulators approved was to keep the lights on during the hot, dry, windy conditions that could spark wildfires or have wildfires race out of control. When they predict those events, they de-energize the lines to avoid having vegetation spark a fire. In California and throughout the West, this is now commonplace, as you're probably aware. The advantage of our battery for those few events in a year, it's expensive insurance. Advantage of our battery coupled with this system is that they can be using it for grid support throughout the year. They can also be earning revenue selling it into the CalISO market at any time it's advantageous to do so without compromising its primary mission, which was resiliency during a grid outage event.
A quick question on that one is
Mr. Fishman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. is that something that when there's a scheduled outage that they can still charge those batteries at night? Or are those shutdowns, do they go for a full day?
The PSPS events you're referring to, Commissioner?
Yeah, the power shutdown events
Yeah,
for
yeah. So those power
grid
shutdowns,
safety.
yeah, they can range all over the place. Typically, they're multi-day, literally multi-day. So you've got to. So on this particular grid here, this is utility-owned, operated for the benefit of a first responder, a medical, a little medical center, 2 fueling stations to allow citizens to fuel and evacuate if need be. And also, I think 1 restaurant or small food outlet. Those are the 5 or 6 critical customers in this community that they can power them indefinitely as long as the sun shines by using our battery.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Last and certainly not least, this is one in Latin America, noteworthy because it's using our batteries in a remote region, one of the most pristine regions in the world. It's in Patagonia, and it's on the banks of a river. And a key attribute besides the energy, the economic savings benefit over other technologies was the fact that if there was any accident of any kind active there, that if there was a spill or a seismic event, that it would not contaminate the river, would not contaminate the soil. That was a major consideration for this particular customer. With that, I'll conclude my presentation and remarks and be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott. Any questions regarding this technology?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Hall.
I'd like to ask Mr. McDermott a couple of questions. Mr. McDermott, so this longer life, a longer duration of the battery is certainly a boon. I was wondering if you have a graph or if you could describe what the cost is relative to the cost to procure, say, by a developer to procure this kind of batteries opposed to lithium ion batteries, and how my understanding was that flow batteries are more expensive than lithium ion batteries, at least now, or in the recent past, I guess they were.
Yeah.
How does the price compare now, and what's the I assume it's on a decreasing, a slope that's going down in terms of the price. How soon would they be equal if they're not already?
So we think we're at or near parity today, Commissioner, and your assumption is right. The pricing will continue to go down as we scale. Our economics for our particular technology for the past number of years, we were building onesie twosies, so you can well imagine the not very favorable purchasing terms when you're buying from your suppliers. Now, when we're going a couple orders of magnitude, it's a different game altogether. We're projecting that we'll be dropping aggressively over the next 5 years. We will be our projections are we will be the lowest cost battery, either on a kilowatt hour basis, kW basis. Absolutely, we're already lower cost in the targeted use cases on an operating basis, that levelized cost basis. Keep in mind, the materials that go in ours, it's just fiberglass for the tanks, PVC for the plumbing. There's really nothing that's special made, special purpose. The only thing that's that you can't buy off the shelf is those battery modules that we manufacture and the processing equipment for that flow. And the constituents of those are graphite, plastics, aluminum, copper. There's nothing, again, exotic there. So for us, it's all about manufacturing scale to drive down cost. Now, the other perception you had about cost being high, no doubt, unless you had done some homework on us prior to today's meeting, your perceptions would have been formed based on principally vanadium flow battery technology. And vanadium's been around for several decades, and there's many reasons why it hasn't caught traction. One of those being cost. fundamentally the liquid that it uses is going to be a vanadium saturated in some form of hydrochloric or sulfuric acid. So you got sort of a triple whammy of badness there, right? You've got a vanadium, which is an expensive commodity material. You've got the safety issues with having hundreds, if not thousands, of gallons of hydrochloric and sulfuric acid that you've got to now permit and cite. You've got hazmat liability once you've done that and it's up and operating. That liquid itself today costs more than what we project our entire system installed will be within the next 3 years. So before they've even bought the equipment, before they've even done the development, it's just a very expensive makeup. So they're roughly about twice the cost of ours today. And so in order to be competitive, they're having to do some structuring, like let's lease the electrolyte. And what you see in that particular industry is to try to keep that technology viable. Most of the technologies that still exist, technology providers, have all been acquired by mining operations who have vanadium mines and trying to find some economies through vertical integration. But given that it's in that acidic solution, it also has balance of plant implication. So your plumbing, just inexpensive PVC plumbing, it's going to have to be coated plumbing. Pumps are going to have to be specially coated to be able to withstand that operating environment. You also have limited life on some of the components in the battery module itself because it's a very harsh environment. So pound for pound, part for part, everything is just much more expensive, on the order of roughly 2x over our technology.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting. I'm really impressed to hear how rapidly this has developed. So
Yeah,
I don't have any other questions, Mr. Chair.
But thank you, Vice Chair Hall.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, so I'm going to go back to utility use cases. I think you've shown some really interesting ones for industrial uses or perhaps even behind the meter usage for reliability. And I get those use cases. Have you doped out some particular use cases with utilities for utility scale storage where you think this will have a good application? And what are those?
Yeah, absolutely. We and by utility, I'll broaden the definition a little bit to also include developers. I think there was a mention about how developers are using this technology, because ultimately the off-takers of large battery projects or large renewable plus storage projects are typically utilities. To my knowledge, at least in the US, there's not a business case yet for just standalone, what they call merchant. So they're all looking for long-term offtake agreements or power purchase agreements, in other words. The use cases are basically tied directly to renewables. That if you want to have renewable energy on your grid and you want to have firm renewables, meaning take away some of the price volatility to help reduce some of the volume and production volatility, even the delivery timing of your product as an IPP, right? Having long duration storage provides you greater latitude around being able to make firm power generation commitments and get a better price or more competitive offering to your off-takers, to your utilities. Similarly, for the utilities, I think the use case gets even stronger. And the reason it does is because you've got all these other grid level benefits that aren't directly monetized or directly transactable, shall we say, by IPPs. For example, having a zero carbon reserve capacity. Maybe there's a business case that says, I'm going to put in solar and I want to be able to have that solar excess generation soaked up by the battery during the daytime. I want to be able to use that through the nighttime peak periods when everybody's home, air conditioners are running at max power, people are cooking dinner, watching the game. cetera, plug it in their car. That period extends well into the evening when the sun doesn't shine. And I want to have, let's say, 6 hours of energy storage for that use case. Having an additional 2 or 3 hours of storage above and beyond that can be used for any other purpose that utility may need at any time. They may need some frequency and voltage support. Maybe there's some power quality issues on that particular feeder. Maybe there's just general reserve adequacy that they want to have an extra margin for the unexpected in there. That's something that is not in most states, to our experience, something that is directly compensated under power purchase agreements. It's just kind of, it's an implied benefit, but it's a more direct benefit that the utilities have now, a zero carbon dispatchable asset that's got that flexibility that they don't have otherwise. And as you increase the amount of renewables on a utility's grid, they're inherently going to have more, what do I say, reserve capability to balance out. You know, you got clouds that may pass over. You know, some of these solar fields, as you've seen, are enormous. You get a cloud pass over half that field, and suddenly there's a blip that is not insignificant. It can be tens, if not even hundreds of megawatts that suddenly just drop. Having storage that can cycle up and down repeatedly, workhorse style like that, evens that out both for the utility, for the IPP. Those are the kind of things that really tax and shorten the life of other technologies in those kind of applications.
So tell me if this is a correct characterization, is that I guess technically if it was cost effective, you could take a 4-hour lithium ion battery capacity, basically just double it up, run through the capacity of one set of batteries for 4 hours, and then go to the next set of batteries for storage. Do it that way. But that would be prohibitively expensive currently. And what your technology would enable us to do, besides its safety and all the other advantages, which are pretty compelling, it would be much cheaper because you could have one capacity and one battery pack that essentially would be able to extend you to 6 or 7 hours to cover a California style duck curve issue.
Yeah, exactly.
And you'd end up with a much lower cost.
Well, not only, you've got that exactly correct. But not only that, utilities for their entire existence have been a probabilistic animal. And I say that meaning as a society, we've now expect that when we turn on a light switch, the power is going to be there. We expect the lights are going to be bright and not brown. We expect motors are going to run at the right frequency and not burn out, right? And that's a given now in our society. How the utilities provide that, if you use the plumbing analogy, they've got to maintain pressure in the pipes within a certain narrow band at all times, not knowing who's going to open what valve, when, where, or how much. That challenge is exacerbated by two mega trends that are driving in the grid today. One is this decarbonization and renewables. The second is the electrification of everything, in particular transportation, right? A single EV plugging in is equivalent in certain circumstances of 2 or 3 new homes suddenly showing up on that block. That's the amount of power that they can consume. They go from average home might be 2 or 3 kW equivalent. A newer EV can be 6 kW charge at a home charge, or certainly more in industrial settings. So that variability has forced utilities into baseload generation regimes, intermediate systems, peaking systems, and now more recently storage as part of that stack, if you will, to ensure you've got enough capacity there for whatever may happen. And so, that's the long-term planning and the scenarios that integrated resource plannings are all designed to try to address. Having long duration storage actually takes a little bit of that uncertainty about out of every element of that business, right? Tomorrow's dispatch plan. If I miss my wind forecast by a foot per second, right? That could be a couple hundred megawatts for certain utilities. If I've got storage that offsets or can dampen that effect, suddenly, I've got a little bit less risk around that. I've got one less maybe spinning reserve that I have to put in play for a possible error margin around my forecast. I can extend that analogy out to week ahead fuel purchasing, season ahead weather forecasting. You start taking a little bit of the uncertainty around every bit of the way the utilities operate their business as you have longer duration storage and that flexibility of operation. And the other thing, to your point around the other point of could I do the same with a lithium ion battery? Absolutely, technically 100%, and your economic assumption is accurate. But you have that limitation that I'm going to be constrained to using it one effective cycle per day, either for safety, longevity, economics, a host of, who's to know that if I used it now, then what happens in the next minute in that probabilistic life I live, that I might have needed that. And so there's value there. It's not.
Chair, can I interrupt here? I have a question on that.
Yep.
Mr.
Please.
Chair, do you mind if I ask a
Hall,
question
yes.
on this point? So I had some questions associated with that kind of comparison with lithium ion battery. When you describe the chemistry of how your battery works, I wondered if it has that. So are you saying that it doesn't have the same kind of degradation issues that other batteries have for purposes of cycling and recharging? That doesn't happen with your battery?
And we've actually, and that's been proven under DOE program. I was remiss in not giving some credit to the DOE ARPA-E program as being a really strong early supporter of ours. Much of our early years was sponsored by ARPA-E program. And during, and at one stage, we actually built one of our battery modules and we cycled it out 14,000 cycles before everybody just said, all right, we've seen enough. It's just not wearing out. And then they did a forensic teardown of it to examine, is there any corrosion, any pitting, any loss of material, to confirm there was no mechanical forms of failure mechanism in that. And some of those same early modules that we built for that purpose are still in operation today.
Thank you very much. So let me ask you this. Does it perform equivalently with lithium ion batteries, like, for example, in a black start situation? I noticed you said it starts like under 1 second, but I mean, there's a big space there between 0 and 1 second. How does it compare? And also, I also want to know how it compares with respect to providing grid inertial support. But do the black start answer for us if you can.
So this project here in Southern California has black start capability. It has grid forming capability. So it will operate as a small mini generation plant with black start capability.
How does the black start capability compare with lithium ion battery capability?
Completely indistinguishable. In fact, without getting too complicated, it's actually a pretty simple concept. We literally use a lithium ion battery to keep the power controls alive this is a multi-battery deployment. So you have a small UPS system, which is typically a lithium ion, to keep the controls going and to have enough energy to energize the pumps for a system. And that one system is sufficient to then start the rest of the systems.
So I understand it works, but I mean, I wondered how quickly it works compared to lithium ion, which I know is like a very small fraction of a second.
So it's on the battery side. I think what you're talking about is the response time on the battery side. Yeah,
yes.
We're talking comparable response times. It's about 25 milliseconds is what we've had independently measured by a utility in the response time, and that's from signal to full load capability. So we're talking
Good.
well under a quarter second.
Yeah, okay. And then what about, this inertial support that batteries can provide? It's,
Yeah, could you elaborate on that? I'm not.
well, that's the phrase I've heard. Is it can't obviously be the same thing as a cycling plant, but I think they provide, they have attributes that provide the similar result as a cycling plant in terms of frequency and grid, frequency and stabilization and the other stabilization.
I'm not sure I'm equipped to fully answer that particular question, to be honest, technically. As I understand the question, and I'll go back and get more detail and report back. I think the question relates to if you had a large outage or a large sag in your frequency in your grid, does it have enough? I'll say, can it put enough pressure in the pipes to restore the pressure to operating levels? That to me is more of a system design issue, not a technology issue.
Right. I know it's not the same kind of cycling technology. So, but they contribute to voltage and frequency support.
As I understand it, technically, there should be no difference or no shortcoming of our technology. But let me take that back and socialize that with our technical team a little more deeply to make sure I'm not misstating that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. I'm sorry. Go ahead. And Steve, I didn't mean to interrupt your line of questioning. If you have more.
Commissioner Fishman, were you done?
I've got to unmute. I'm sorry. I'm done with my questions. I thank you. The very informative presentation and interesting to see that you're already in the market, and something that I want to pay close attention to. And I know that a lot of utility folks have said long duration storage is the key to more renewables penetration, particularly if you want to get past that 50% mark. And, it's just really interesting to see what appears to be, at least at this stage, something that has the capability to be a cost-effective way of doing that. So, thank you so much.
You're most welcome. I'd like to personally welcome and invite the commissioners and your staff to visit us in Oregon at your convenience. We'd also take you to one of these project sites as your interest may take you.
I vote for Patagonia.
Yeah. See, it's a tough commission. It's a tough commission. What I was going to say is, it's too damn hot out there for me to go. New Mexico's cool by comparison.
What are you talking about? You're not talking about Patagonia.
About their 115 and 116 degree days in Oregon.
Yeah.
Not always that way.
I don't think it's that way right now.
Yeah.
All right, settle down, all of you. Commissioners Byrd and Vicente Aguilar, any final questions so we can wrap up this presentation?
No, sir.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. McDermott, thank you for that presentation. I think I'm going to echo what Commissioner Fishman said. This is very promising technology in this type of flow battery. I know that other technologies that you mentioned previously involve much more expensive and toxic components in the fluids used. So I think this iron salt water fluid, I think, really addresses a lot of those, I think, characterizations of other technologies. So this is very, very promising. And I think this is good for our commission to know what's trending, especially in an issue as important as storage. So thank you very much for this very informative presentation.
You're most welcome and happy to follow up in any way, shape, or form. Commissioner Hall, I will endeavor to get an answer back to your staff on your question on inertia.
Thank you.
All right.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Opportunity today.
McDermott. Let's go ahead and move on. We've been at it for 2 hours now, and why don't we take a 10-minute break? That would bring us back. Let's just go till 11:55. If there's no objection, we'll take about a little over a 10-minute break. So let's reconvene at 11:55. Thank you. All right, everyone, it's 11:55. We're back in session here. Is everyone back? Commissioner Hall.
I'm back.
Okay, all right, let's get going then. So we're on to item 7, consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes. Specifically, these are the minutes of the December 15th, 2021 open meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Byrd, and I'll go ahead and second that. Any discussion on the motion? Michael Smith, please take the vote.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The open meeting minutes for December 15th, 2021, open meeting are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Let's move on to consent action items. We made no changes to the consent agenda when we approved the overall agenda. So do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented? Anyone?
So moved.
Second.
Aye. Motion by Commissioner Fishman and a second by Vice Chair Hall. Any discussion on the motion? Michael Smith, do you want to go through?
I will read the items that appear on the consent action item list. Transportation matters are case 21-00301 TRM in the matter of the application of the City of Moriarty Fire Department for an amendment of certificate number 43960. It's a potential order regarding the application. Case 21-00310 TRM in the matter of the application of UNM Hospital DBA Lifeguard Air Emergency Services and Rapid Response Team to provide ambulance service. That's also a potential order regarding the application. Case 21-00312 TRM in the matter of the application of Rosebud Fire and Rescue Inc. for reissuance of certificate number 24574 to provide ambulance service. Also a potential order regarding an application. Case 21-00313 TRM in the matter of the application of American Medical Response.
Hey, could you bring me my brown coat? I left it on the couch.
Commissioner
Inc.
Vice Chair Hall, could you mute yourself? Thank you.
Apologize.
American Medical Response Ambulance Service Inc. DBA American Medical Response Emergicare for an amendment of certificate number 56829. It's a potential order regarding the application. Case 15-00192 UT Sprint Communication Company LP's notice of discontinuance of Sprint wireline consumer long distance service pursuant to 47 CFR 63.71 of the Federal Communications Rules and Rule 17.11.21.16 NMAC. As well as also case 16-00189 UT Sprint Communication Company LP's notice of discontinuance of Sprint wireline legacy voice business long distance service pursuant to 47 CFR 63.71 of the Federal Communication Rules and Rule 17.11.21.16 NMAC. And this is a potential order regarding the petition to approve discontinuance of consumer long distance and legacy voice business long distance services and to close docket numbers 15.00192 UT and 16-00189 UT, case 21-00260 in the matter of the commission inquiry into impacts of global supply chain disruptions on utilities and provisions of services to ratepayers. And that is a potential order. I will take the vote. Commissioner Fishman.
Commissioner, you might be on mute.
Sorry,
ahead,
guys,
Mike.
on mute.
Okay,
Aye.
now we have him. Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
The consent action items are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, Michael. Let's move on to item 9 under discussion items. It's case 20-00238-UT in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's application for 1, revision of its retail rates under advice notice number 292. Number 2, authorization and approval to abandon its Plant X Unit 3 generating station. And number 3, other associated relief, Southwestern Public Service. Hearing Examiner Hurst, are you going to tee this off, or Miss Amer? Judy?
Mr. Chairman, this is Elizabeth, and I believe I'm going to present you with the certification of stipulation today.
Okay, Judy, did you have anything to say to tee this up?
No, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, today, Hearing Examiner Hurst is going to present the certification of stipulation. And she's available for all commissioners to ask questions about the case. I will bring back a final order when the commission would like me to, but there is no action today on the certification of stipulation.
Thank you, Judy. And Hearing Examiner Hurst, will you be displaying parts of the certification as you address it, or how will you be presenting? Okay, please proceed.
Thank you very much. And hopefully you are now seeing my screen, which is on page 40 of the certification. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you.
Hearing Examiner Hurst, can you just expand the view a bit? Maybe zoom it to 200%.
How's that?
Awesome.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. As you've indicated, this is case number 20-00238. This is in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company, SPS application to revise its rates and for various other items. To begin with, before I begin my presentation, I would like to volunteer to go to Oregon.
Yeah, good idea.
I thought I'd put my name in there first. Although I realized that there's 5 commissioners ahead and a lot of other people. Anyway, just a bit of levity to begin what I hope is not a too dry presentation. I just wanted to start off with some general information just to refresh the commission's recollection. SPS is a New Mexico corporation. It's a wholly owned electric subsidiary of Xcel Energy. SPS's total company territory encompasses approximately 52,000 square mile area in southeastern New Mexico, the Texas Panhandle, and the Texas Plains. SPS provides retail electric service and has approximately 394,000 customers, and they serve 93 communities in its 2-state system. Specifically, SPS serves approximately 124,000 customers in 14 communities in New Mexico. Its system is comprised of 29 power plant generating renewable units, energy units, and approximately 24,000 miles of overhead and underground transmission and distribution lines. Unlike a lot of utility service companies and areas in New Mexico, SPS service territory is primarily comprised of large commercial and industrial loads, which are still growing despite the pandemic, according to SPS testimony in this case. 16.3% of SPS's New Mexico load is residential service. And all of that information is provided by SPS in the direct testimony of Mr. Hudson. So now we know about SPS. What are they asking for in this case? Well, as the commission can see on the screen, first thing that they're asking for is a base rate increase of a little over, well, a lot over 87,782,544. And additionally, in the original application, they requested a 10.35 return on equity with the weighted average cost of capital of 7.61%. And as you can see, and you go through, they've asked for a lot of changes. I think there's approximately 15 changes that they've asked for specifically.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, could I interrupt for a minute? I just want to ask, what are we looking at the certification? Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Page 41. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And so this is in the background section of all these 15 specific requests that that SPS initially requested in this case. And so notice was accomplished in this case by mailing, emailing, and publication of the notice in several newspapers, including the Hobbs News Sun, the Carlsbad Current Argus, the Quay County Sun, the Eastern New Mexico News, the Roswell Daily Record, posted on Excel's website also. And pursuant to this notice, I received one public comment from a Charles and Lynette Roller, and they were opposed to the closing and abandonment of Plant X Unit 3. There were 10 interveners in this case. The Attorney General, Occidental, Federal Executive Agencies, Louisiana Energy Services, Sierra Club, New Mexico Large Customer Group, COG Operating, Western Resource Advocates, the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy, and Walmart. In addition, of course, we had SPS and the commission's staff participating in this particular case. And after the initial filing from the SPS witnesses, which they filed, there were 26 direct witnesses. We had testimony from 7 of the 10 interveners. After direct testimony, we had 17 pieces of rebuttal testimony filed, and then the parties entered into a stipulation. And there were 15 pieces of stipulation testimony that were filed in the case. And as the commission knows, and I will bring to the commission's attention, the commission, after the public hearings at the end of July were held, the commission reopened the case as indicated by its November 3rd order, and ordered me to have another public hearing, and which I did, to go over and take testimony on issues that were set forth in that particular order. So we had supplemental testimony, 9 pieces of supplemental testimony. So all in all, you have a record of 84 pieces of testimony, in addition to various errata and any type of answer to bench requests that particularly Commissioner Fishman issued in the case. So as I indicated, a stipulation was filed. The stipulation, I guess the stipulation was uncontested. It was signed on by 7 of the 10 interveners. WRA, CCAE, and Sierra Club were not signatories, but they did not oppose the stipulation. And so I would like to talk with you about the stipulation. And I think before I do that, I would just like to point out to you the way too far. There we go. And this is part of the application. The drivers that SPS indicated as being the basis for this rate increase. And the biggest driver, of course, is the investment and operating cost for Sagamore Wind Project here in New Mexico, which the commission approved in case number 17-00044, where the commission granted the CCNs for both the Hale Wind Project in Texas and the Sagamore Project in New Mexico. And that was to the tune, it was almost 50% of the requested revenue requirement increase. There were other investments in infrastructure, primarily in distribution and transmission infrastructure that were part of the increase. As you can see, a further reduction in wholesale power sales. And then they were requesting a shorter operating life for Tolk, which resulted in the technical depreciation update numbers, as the commission may remember, in the 19170, that would be 19-00170 UT, which was SPS's last rate case. And the main purpose of that was to include the Hale Wind Project in rate base. SPS had offered its depreciation study in that case. And like I say, this is a technical update, and I've think back in the background section, I've included some more information on what's included in depreciation. So anyway, I wanted you to, like I say, look at this chart, and this gives you an idea of each of the numbers, and then the that's included in the revenue requirement increase that SPS asked for. So that's where they started, and then here's what they got to after months and months of discovery and I guess negotiation and direct and rebuttal testimony among the parties. The parties offered a stipulation, an uncontested stipulation, which reduces by about $25 million the original revenue requirement request. As you can see, the stipulated revenue requirement increase is 62,423,334. And as you can see, and I'm sure have seen, the stipulated revenue requirement is referred to as a black box settlement, which, as you see, mainly means that they agreed to disagree and came up with a revenue requirement number without arriving at some of the specific expense numbers that that were disputed. And then what I also wanted to show you was as you see, the stipulation provides for a net revenue decrease of $12 million, or an approximate 2.56% total bill decrease when you look at the other parts of the stipulation. So I will how's that, Mr. Chairman?
Wonderful.
Okay, so this just provides you with up-to-date numbers. This is comparable to your stipulation exhibit A, which is settlement rate designed by income class and proof of revenue. But it has actually added some more categories. And this, as you can see, is Mr. Hudson's SPS witness, Mr. Hudson's work paper, page 6 of 8. This was admitted into the record. And this was attached to his supplemental testimony that was filed in November. So what you can see that relates to that 2.56% decrease I was referring to is if you look at the fuel clause reductions from Sagamore. Another part of the stipulation I'll talk about later has to do with deferred fuel balance credit. This is a credit, another part of the stipulation, the Lubbock fuel credit. And so with those credits, what you see under the percentage of increase of total revenue, and this document is using actual 21 numbers as opposed to the projected numbers in attachment A to the STIP. So this gives you the most up-to-date numbers showing that even with the 62,423,333 base rate increase that was agreed upon, the net revenue increase because of all the credits is $12,208,014, or a minus 2.56%. So that's where that came from.
Mr. Chair, I've got a
Mr.
question
Fishman
on this, if I may. So this is substantially different than the Exhibit A that was in the STIP. Is this the first year, including the 12? If you could go back to the exhibit.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
please go back to that slide if we're going to talk about it.
So it says it's the most up to date. And is this basically a first year chart that shows the 12 million credit for the first year?
Yes, sir.
So that's what that's based on.
Yes, sir.
Did they do a chart for the second year?
No, sir. But I can provide you with the I can provide you with the comparable Exhibit A. There, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Fishman, there is what I believe to be the updated Exhibit A. You can see here in the corner, it says illustrative updated Exhibit A to the stipulation using actual 2021 fuel costs. So this looks a lot, you know, this is comparable to the Exhibit A to the stipulation, but with updated numbers. And the one that I just showed you, it incorporates the other reductions for the stipulation. Does that make sense?
I'll try and rephrase and tell me if I've understood you. So essentially, what I'm looking at, which we have on the screen now,
yes, sir,
with a 9.18% increase on residential, that is essentially the same as the original settlement exhibit, except with updated fuel costs or actual fuel costs for 2021. Is that essentially what I'm looking at?
That would be my understanding, Commissioner Fishman, with the caveat of let me check and make sure that EER increase is the same.
Mr. Chairman?
No, the EER increase changed also, sir.
Okay.
So I think though that's a function of the updated numbers.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question for clarification?
Hold on, Vice Chair Hall. Let's let Commissioner Fishman.
I've just got one more, and then we can go to Commissioner Hall. Is the EER increase stands for? I'm drawing a blank. I can't remember what that.
I think it's the energy efficiency rider.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I'm looking at, okay, so one thing I'm looking at here is the base rate increase, and that appears to be identical in both columns. Okay.
Yep.
On both charts. All right, so that clarifies that for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Fishman, were you done for now?
Yes.
Okay.
Good.
All right, Vice Chair Hall.
I wanted, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted some clarification because the title of this table says 12 months ended September 30th, 2021, and Commissioner Fishman's question wondered if there was an update through 2020 or into 2020. Wait, the title says 2020. And Commissioner Fishman's question asked whether the residential service was updated into 2021 on this table. I believe that's what his question was. So that's what I want a clarification on from the hearing examiner.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
my understanding, based on the title, is this exhibit uses actual 2021 fuel costs.
What do you mean based on the title? Can
Well,
you show
if
me?
you, yes, ma'am, I just was going back to the body of the testimony, but if you look in the, if you look in the right-hand top of the page, it says illustrative.
I see. Okay, I didn't see that before. So let's just. All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, please proceed. Hearing examiner Hurst.
Okay, so I was showing you where in page 2 of my summary where that that there's actually going to be a bill decrease overall of 2.56 once you consider the reductions. Okay. And I guess it's probably not too soon, I guess, to just show you again where the parties started out with the rebuttal position of SPS and the direct testimony, and then this chart corresponds to the one I just showed you from Mr. Hudson that that shows a minus 12,208,000 in the first year. So, as the commission knows, based on me telling you who all the interveners were, there were a lot of different interests that were represented in this case, and that they had different positions on originally on what the revenue requirement should be, and ultimately came in to agreement in the stipulation. And as the commission can see, the original cost of service study presented by SPS set forth that approximately the residential class should pay 34.4 million more out of the increase in order to pay for what that particular class of service, what it costs to provide service to them. And the stipulation offers a $19.5 million allocation to that class. So
I have another question here.
Fishman, go ahead.
Go back to the amount of the subsidy to the residential class. How is that subsidy calculated?
well, if you look at footnote 12, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fishman. According to Mr. Hudson's testimony, in order to have the class fully pay, it would be 34.4 million, and subtracting what is being allocated in the stipulation results in a difference of 14.9 million, and 14.9 million is 43% of 34.4 million.
So they're calculating a number, and of course, in the stipulation, they're saying it's black box. So therefore, you know, we don't know specifically how they calculate it, or at least they're not presenting that for the public record. Yet when I was asking questions and looking at testimony, they seem to be, in order to calculate that subsidy, they seem to be relying on the traditional rate-making mechanisms that we've had in a non-renewable environment. So, for example, they were looking at coincident peak. They were looking at, I'm forgetting the term. They were looking at the load curves and the fact that essentially residential, small commercial customers tend to pay more for the specific energy calculation based on the fact that their usage is not consistent like an industrial users is. Am I correct in saying that?
Hearing Examiner Hurst, are you there?
I am, sir. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, if I'm understanding your question correctly, Commissioner, what you're referring to is related to the allocation of the costs, and under traditional allocation methodologies, SPS, the commission has allowed SPS to utilize the AED 4CP methodology, and which is used for traditional generation. And basically that methodology allocates costs almost entirely on an excess demand basis. And again, that's what is utilized for your typical generation, because there is an assumption with traditional generation that when you need it, you're going to be able to get it very quickly, if not immediately. And that's how that methodology has allocated those costs. And that particular costing methodology does in fact result in customer classes that utilize electricity during peak power periods. They're going to pay more than those loads that aren't during the peak. And I believe Mr. Luth in his direct testimony and his rebuttal testimony also showed the difference in what those costs would be. Secondarily, the allocation for Sagamore and Hale is the cost allocation is done on a energy basis. And it's done that way, I believe, for two reasons. Number one, because pursuant to the stipulation in 17-00044, again, the CCN case for Hale and Sagamore, the parties agreed that that's how the energy would be allocated on a per energy basis. And secondarily, because Hale and Sagamore are renewable resources, which are considered to be intermittent generation resources, and the question of what demand, if any, is appropriate, the weighted annual energy usage is used to calculate the costs for those resources. So in this case, what you have in coming up with the revenue requirement cost is actually a blend of the AED4CP for traditional generation and the weighted energy for the renewables. Did that answer your question, sir?
Well, I'm confused because we're saying this is a black box, so we don't see the calculations. And what's confusing to me is that using the traditional tools that, as best I can tell here, but this is black box, as best I can tell, is they've calculated that residential is getting this big subsidy using formulas that were developed to handle a situation where 100% of the power is being generated by facilities that provide the same capacity throughout the day. And what confuses me is that presumption simply doesn't apply to SPS anymore, because as in testimony in the case, they're saying that 45% of their energy being used in the system and that they're generating is intermittent renewables. And the current rate making formulas presume that industrial customers are a lot cheaper to serve because their load is level all day, just like the capacity is level all day. But now, under the new circumstances, 45% of that is variable and renewable. And it makes me question whether industrial commercial is saving us money by having a level load throughout the day. Seems to me that if their load increased during the periods when the cheapest power was available, that would save, and the most power was available, that they could be saving the system money. So I think there's a fundamental change in assumptions about the way we should be evaluating rates when you've got 45% variable energy. And what strikes me is that people are using all these old tools to make judgments about who's getting subsidized, but nobody's done the homework to say, gee, how should we reconsider rates given that the operating characteristics of this utility have changed completely from 100% level capacity or fossil fuel or fossil fuel in the case of SPS to now 45% of the energy is coming from these variable renewables. And quite frankly, I can't justify any of these numbers because none of the core assumptions about the business have been evaluated in terms of how they impact rate making and cost allocation. Was any evidence? I asked this when we reopened. I asked folks, well, do we need to redo this? Do we need to fundamentally rethink our rate making? And quite frankly, the answers from Mr. Gygax from the AG and from Mr. Pollack were essentially, yes, we do. They said everything is fine with the way this was calculated, but I could never understand why they thought it was fine if we never re-examined our fundamental underlying assumptions about how costs should be allocated in this new world.
Just to clarify for the record, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fishman, I do not believe that Dr. Gygax testified in the reopen. I believe it was Andrea Crane.
Yeah, this was Mr. Gygax's testimony in the original hearing where I asked him some questions, not in the rehearing. He wasn't available for the rehearing, so you are correct. But he did testify. He did testify that he felt a rulemaking needed to be done to understand how we should reconsider rate design in this new renewables world.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fishman, to specifically answer your question with regard to new methodologies and whether or not there was any testimony in the record about new methodologies applicable to the stipulation. I don't recall that there was any evidence presented by the parties, by the signatories to the stipulation as to utilizing any other type of cost allocation principle or methodology other than the types of principles and methodologies they had included in their direct and their rebuttal testimony. I mean, there's a specific part in the stipulation that says that that they didn't rely on any one. But again, I'm not aware of any new methodology other. I put on the screen for explanation purpose to my answer to your question about utilizing the traditional AED 4CP, which uses a 4-month peak demand. for traditional, and then the weighted energy that was utilized for Hale and Sagamore, just to show you, for example, with the AED, the traditional, if we utilize the traditional AED 4CP totally, I believe, Mr. Luth, this is his rebuttal testimony at page 14 in his second table. He's indicating that there'd be a 34.8% increase for a residential class if you utilize an AED 4CP. So that's the only alternative, Commissioner, that I'm aware of, other than the other methodologies.
So I would be correct in saying that even though the generation profile and the way that it operates is completely changed from, because it's 45% renewables now, has completely changed from this idea of equal capacity throughout the day. Now it varies a lot during the day, and the cost during the day changes a lot based on the resource type. That in creating these comparisons and doing these evaluations, no new methodology that adjusted to the vast change in circumstances of the operation of the business was used. We used old tools for an old structure of the business. And my question is, why should I put any credence in any of these numbers if the evaluation methods haven't been updated to meet the actual operating truth on the ground?
Is that a question to me, sir?
Yeah, it is. I just have to say, it feels like we're using old tools to create these evaluations, and these tools have little to do with the actual way the business is operating. And I guess what I'm asking you is, did anybody, and your answer seems to be no, in all this evaluation they put together, they seem to be using all the same old tools they used for 100% fossil fuel, level capacity, all during the day environment. And I just find that I don't know how to evaluate or trust these numbers if that's the case.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fishman, with respect, sir,
yeah.
I am not in a position to agree with your opinion.
Well,
I'm not going to criticize your opinion, sir.
Yeah,
that's not appropriate for me.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you that in a black box STIP such as this, I can't say that they didn't consider a different methodology. All I can tell you, sir, is the evidence that I evaluated, and that the evidence that the parties put forth on how to do this, and the legal requirements. For example, in the 1744 STIP, there's certain legal requirements to evaluate the energy that comes from those plants. For example, as it relates to ROE, I mean, they had to agree, even though they didn't agree to an ROE for the STIP, they had to agree for an ROE and an unadjusted weighted average cost of capital in order to calculate the energy and the credits for production tax credit purposes. They had to come up with a revenue requirement. So part of it isn't just, I don't think it's just choice. I mean, part of it is legal requirement and the rate making methodology process and cost of service allocation, functionalization, allocation process that has been used, you know, as a guiding principle. And so I'm not in a position, Commissioner Fishman, to.
I'm not asking for a judgment.
Okay.
I'm just
Okay.
asking the question I am asking is, and your answer appears to be no, is do we have any true idea of how these calculations were arrived at? And do we have enough of a record that we can trust that they're fair based on the information provided to us? And what you're saying is there's no evidence that they updated, and it's for each commissioner to judge whether this is fair or not. But there is no evidence that they updated their methodologies to account for 45% variable availability renewables. And there does appear to be a lot of evidence that they did rely on old methodologies that have not been updated. We don't know that that's exclusive, but at least from testimony and these charts, that's what appears to be the case. So would that be accurate?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fishman, I cannot agree with you, sir, that it was appropriate to change the methodology. I'm
not saying it was appropriate or not. All I'm saying is
that there was evidence. I cannot say that there was whether or not the parties relied on some other methodology other than the traditional methodologies, nor can I say that there's evidence in the record of reasons for them to have done so.
Did not Mr. Gagax, I'll have to go back and get the testimony. I'll just say, when I questioned Mr. Gagax on it, he said we do need to do that. He said we should do it in the future. He didn't want to do it for this rate case, is my recollection of that testimony. And that when I asked Mr. Pollock, he again said, and he's obligated to support the stipulation, but under the agreement of the stipulation, he again said, well, we should trust this. But again, we had a discussion about all the ways that it needed to be updated, and that is on the record. So just my comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Any other questions at this point? All right, hearing examiner Hurst, do you have more to go?
Oh, sure. Let's go on to the other parts of the stipulation. And I think, as I indicated, there are like 15 different parts to the stipulation. And sticking with part one and the revenue requirement, I think I've already alluded to the return on equity that has to be used to calculate the consumer protection savings for the ratepayers as provided in the CCN for Hale and Sagamore. And that was agreed to. And then the other limited purpose basically is because I ordered them to in the procedural order, and that they had to provide that information in the reconciliation statements, and the commission's rule also requires that. Additionally, as numbers that they did set forth and agree upon, in addition to the revenue requirement increase, as you can see, the parties in the stipulation did agree to a 54.72% common equity and 45.28% long-term debt. That is what SPS's current capital structure is. And the parties did agree to that. The parties also agreed to the stipulation, or the depreciation rates that were included as Exhibit C to the stipulation, with the changes that are shown to the depreciable life of Tulk and Harrington. Item 4 is they agreed upon a rate case expense number that actually settled last rate case numbers also. Item 5 is the annual amortization of the Z2 expense, and they did agree upon that number. And just to refresh the commission's recollection, and I had like a half a page footnote in the last rate case that I won't read. Let me just reference that the Z2 expense had to do with a FERC OAT tariff and litigation involving that. And after years of litigation, their SPS was actually assigned a charge for this for the historical period of time. And this is what the expense is now. Item 6 was an agreement to SPS's generation overhaul average of 249,000. And this basically relates to an expense, and the parties had different ideas of how much that should be, and then came to an agreement upon that number. Item 7 is the revenue requirement for Sagamore. Approximately New Mexico's share is $38 million, and of the total gross implant, as you can see, 858 million, almost 859. And basically the calculation that had to be done to comport with a 1744 order shows you that the per KW number is less than the installed in KW, which is required. Okay, this is always an interesting one too. The $15 million adjustment that allowed them to get to this $62.4 million is basically in a black box situation. It allows the parties, if they were pushing on one issue or another issue, that gave them the flexibility, I guess, to reach an agreement. And let's see. So we've gone through the generation overhaul. We went through the Z2. Okay, section 7. Also includes this Lubbock Power and Light credit. And basically Lubbock Power and Light, as you can see, moved its load from SPS or SPP, pardon me, well, and SPS to ERCOT, and they had to submit a payment, a contractual payment. And part of the stipulation agreement is that SPS is going to credit New Mexico customers through the fuel clause New Mexico's allocated share of the exit fee over a 12-month period. I believe initially they may have been requesting, SPS may have been requesting a lower or a longer period of time. Section 8, I don't know if the commission will remember this or not, but as you can see, the credit back to the customers for SPS's deferred fuel balance, and this it tracks back to this case 15-00296, where as you can see, it was an unintended consequence of moving in between rate base and FPP CAC, and it had the unintended consequence of creating a pot of money that needs to be refunded. We dealt with it in 19-00315. I made the recommendation to you that it get dealt with in this case, and the parties came up with a plan to do that, and they are in agreement to refund or credit that particular period of money over a 12-month period.
Mr. Chair, point of clarification.
Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah. Hearing examiner Hurst, is that 12 million distinct from the 12 million credit that you were showing us on the rate design chart earlier?
Yes, sir. You mean the 12 million that was at the bottom of the page that shows the actual
Yeah, I think you had. So going to the original exhibit, yeah. So
yeah,
this
you
was,
see, that's the net. Are you talking about the net being
well,
12?
oh, okay.
Okay, and then there's the deferred that I was just talking about.
Okay, so what we're saying is they overcharged for fuel in the past, and this is now a credit we're getting for that?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fishman, I would put it a little differently.
Okay.
In case 15-296, the commission ordered them to do their fuel, I think, to take their base out. I didn't do that case in my 915 to 315, but it had to do with a transition period of 4 months on something the commission ordered, and basically never being able to get it refunded. And that's why we finally, in case number 19-00315, we finally heard it, and we said there were differences of opinion on how it should be refunded. And that, I guess the 19-315 also, it was the fuel clause case. And it's like, well, yeah, what should we do with this? And I recommended to the commission, it's like, well, since there's a difference of opinion on the methodology to refund it and a difference of opinion on the amount, put it in the rate case and let parties have an opportunity to to vet this. And so the ultimate agreement of they're returning something that was created as an unintended consequence of a commission order.
Okay. But I'm understanding this to be a refund generated on the basis of a prior case's finding, as opposed to a black box, if you will, reduction in rates as part of this rate case. This is a separate matter from rate making. Would that be correct? Because it's a refund. It was negotiated, but that was part of a prior adjudication.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fishman, I mean, I think that each of these, each of these items that I've gone through are not part of, I mean, they're separate and succinct events, and how they're credited might influence the rate making, but these are, the funds that, or the money that come from these other cases, like, the FERC and the Z2 expense and the Lubbock credit. I mean, they're all, I think they're all figured into how one looks at increases or decreases or whatever. But technically, no, this deferred balance in section 8 of the stipulation is a succinct and separate item.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. We go on to 9, section 9 of the stipulation, and basically, that refers to attachment A, which again, this is not A. That's the illustrative updated A, and basically basically indicates in section 9 that they have agreed on the specific allocation to each customer class. And then that particular section goes on to talk about the cost of service, the parties' proposals, and the methodology that was utilized that we've already discussed, I believe. And section 10 of the stipulation basically talks about the proof of revenue, and the tariff changes that are involved in there was one adjustment for Canon, as you can see, had a line loss factor adjustment the parties agreed to in that. Also regarding rate 34, they were getting rid of 2009 language. So there were some tariff corrections. Additionally, section 11 of the stipulation, the parties agreed to a short-term range for a 90-day period that had to do on the cap structure, that had to do with allowing SPS to manage its cash flow. And the parties agreed to that. And then section 12 is a typical provision in a stipulation that the parties are going to agree to support it. Section 13 basically indicated that if the commission found that they had not satisfied the requirements in the procedural order, then the stipulation would be void. 14 had to do with the admission of pre-filed testimony. 15 is their agreement that basically that they're not, unless otherwise specified, they're not agreeing to anything other than what they agreed to. And that if the party's stipulation is not approved upon the terms and conditions set out in the stipulation, then each signatory has a right to withdraw from the stipulation. Then the last provision, actually, there were 16. The last one is that multiple signatures were that the stipulation was being effectuated by multiple signature pages. And as the commission can see on page 105, I've recommended to you that I believe the stipulation comports with the legal requirements to approve a stipulation. The stipulation, I believe, based on the testimony that's in the record, represents a global settlement by educated, knowledgeable parties in utility law. It is the result of an arm's length transaction with from and with parties who have competing interests, including the commission staff, the utility, the Attorney General of New Mexico, large commercial, industrial, governmental, as well as the environmental interest. Each of the parties was represented by capable and knowledgeable experts who brought a full range of perspectives to settlement negotiations, and who had decades of experience. Secondly, as required, I do not believe that, based upon the evidence and my interpretation of the applicable law, that the stipulation violates any regulatory principle or practice, nor do I believe that it violates or departs from any commission rule or precedent. Finally, I believe that the evidence has shown that the stipulation taken as a whole is in the public interest and will result in fair, just, and reasonable rates for all of the rate classifications contained in SPS's service. Therefore, based on what I believe was a preponderance of evidence to support the uncontested stipulation, I've recommended that you accept it. Additionally, as part of, and let me just go back for one part of the stipulation that I don't believe I elaborated on, and that had to do with the abandonment of the Unit 3 of Plant X. And as the commission can see in the recommended decision, let me find it for you. It was item 2. So the parties agreed to retire and abandon Plant X Unit 3 in this year, based on the testimony that it wasn't cost effective to repair or operate the unit. It was is a gas-fired steam boiler in Lamb County, Texas. It has a net capacity of 93 megawatts. Began commercial operation in 1955. Had an initial 40-year life, and if I recall the testimony, there it is. It would cost approximately $10.5 million to complete repairs, and there would be an incremental $1 million in O&M, and based upon its service characteristics of having a high heat rate. And the money that it would cost and its age, the parties did in fact agree to abandon that particular plant. And then utilizing the commuter committee 4-part test, factor 1, the extent of the carrier's loss in a particular branch or portion of service and the relationship to that carrier's operation as a whole. The company did in fact it's not necessary for service, and it would not be cost effective. Regarding factor 2, use of the service by the public and prospects as to future use. Again, SPS provided testimony that concluded that given the age and efficiency or lack of same, that continuation was not merited. Regarding factor 3, balancing the carrier's loss with inconvenience and hardship to the public, there was no evidence that would occur. And then finally, with regard to the 4th factor, the availability and adequacy of service to be substituted, SPS provided testimony that there is substitute service available should it be needed. Therefore, I've recommended that in addition to all of the other provisions of the stipulation, that you approve that particular section. So in addition to the stipulation, as you see in the certification, I have included a recitation on one of the subjects in the commission's reopen order regarding SPS's 2021 IRP. I've also included a section which includes a recitation of the commission's, primarily Commissioner Fishman's bench requests. And then I've offered you for your consideration proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law. And with that, I believe that is my overview of the stipulation offered in case number 20-00238. I would like to express my appreciation to the voluminous nature of all the documents and proceedings in this case, to our legal our paralegal legal assistant, Ms. Kippenbrock, who was invaluable, to Miguel Lujan and his Rico and Phil for helping me with computer issues that I had several times in this case, and to Ms. Amer for making sure that I had the commission orders and for placing the matter on the agenda today. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Hurst. And just to remind everyone, this is only for discussion. We expect to be taking action on this next week, and we should have an order brought forth by our Office of General Counsel. So are there any other additional questions for Hearing Examiner Hurst regarding this certificate of stipulation? Commissioner Fishman, your blood sugar must be doing well.
I've read through and in terms of the revenue requirement issues on this, I'm very comfortable with everything that Hearing Examiner Hurst has put forward. But I'm very uncomfortable with how the pain is divvied up between rate classes. And as I was, when I was asking my questions of Hearing Examiner Hurst, excuse me, there are a couple things at play here. And I want to point out that in its original submission, SPS pretty much had an equal % increase across all the classes, not exactly, and I don't have it in front of me, that original exhibit. Hearing Examiner Hurst, could you put that on the screen?
Yes, sir.
So, and what I want to examine here does not impact the revenue requirement or profits to SPS in any way. It basically affirms everything that's been reached in this settlement. But it does impact how we allocate those costs to the rate classes. And my sense that residential and small commercial are taking an unfair brunt of the pain. So we'll just hang here for a second.
spot. There it is.
Terrific. Thank you. No, is this the, we had a chart of the original one that was in the same format as the Exhibit A and the stipulation. Maybe that came up at some other point.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fishman, this is what I found. This is Mr. Luce. What I believed was Mr. Luce proposed base rate increases. And this is RML1 to his direct testimony. And when I was looking at it,
Oh, there we go.
if you
yeah.
look at the 27.17 overall, that corresponded to his testimony. Therefore, I thought, it's summary of changes in revenue. Therefore, I thought this represented the information you wanted as to what the proposed base rate increases were in the original filing, sir.
Yeah, no, I can work with this. And now that I see it, it was an unfamiliar format. But I'll just go over to the third column from the right. And in their original proposal from SPS, when they filed the rate case, this column third from the right shows the percent increase total with the fuel reduction that was originally proposed by SPS. And you'll note that in that original submission, the rate increases for some of the larger customers are pretty darn close and probably a little bit higher than the rate increases for residential customers. And there was various testimony around it without getting into the details. But clearly in their original submission, and I think to their credit, SPS was trying to take care of small customers who might not be able to pay their bills or have more of a struggle to pay their bills. And in the stipulation, that changed dramatically. And it changed that I believe primary general service was getting a decrease of 1.5%, depending on which chart you pick from the timeline. They were getting suddenly a decrease of 1.5%, and residential actually their rates actually increased from a 9.44% increase to an 11.5% increase in the stipulation. And that's quite a turnaround. And honestly, I think that in its original filing, SBS did a pretty good job here, and I'll tell you why I think that's true. Is we just had, I think there's a rate shock argument here. And actually, I went through this in examination when we reopened the docket. And it turns out that there was a rate increase of approximately 4% just a couple of years ago for the residential customers. I'm terrible at shuffling paper and I lost track of it. But anyway, somewhere around 4%. In this case, depending which chart you use, and you could use the one in the STIP, which says 11.5%, or the updated one with 2021 gas costs that shows 9.5%. But that's on top of the 4% that's already there. SBS says that it's going to be filing a new rate case within the next couple of years, asking for yet another increase. SBS has filed a grid modernization plan that for the upcoming couple of years asks for around a 7% increase for residential customers on top of all that, but does not ask for that increase for industrial customers, just for the residential and small. And when you add it all up, you're talking in a 4 or 5 year period, 25% rate increase for residential customers and small commercial. And I asked the question when the case was reopened, and I asked this of Andrea Crane at the Attorney General's office, whether, in her opinion, and she's been around a long, long time, and has been a long time witness and very competent for the AG. She testified, yeah, that's rate shock. And we have principles of gradualism. And I can't recall exactly, but I believe that they were referred to some extent in Mr. Luth's testimony. I might be wrong, Elizabeth, on that, but his original testimony when the case was submitted. But I think we're looking at, you put all those things together, we're looking at a real rate shock for those residential customers. On top of that, there's the rate shock. That's one cost to these customers. I'm looking at the circumstances that these residential customers are facing. They have an additional bump in their bills from paying off the February spike in costs. To me, it was the February price gouging that consumers are getting stuck with paying off. But in addition to this 25% increase, they're now paying off that excess amount that the utilities agreed to defer charging customers. But that's added to their costs over the next couple of years in addition. On top of that, we have COVID going on. And we have a large number of customers who are in arrears on their bills and have to make that up. So on these residential and small customers, small commercial customers, we're laying on, through all of these actions, a potential 25% increase over a very short period of time, 5 years, 4 or 5 years. plus these other kind of special circumstances in the world of COVID and freezes due to climate change. And I believe that we need to apply some principles of gradualism here to protect these customers. I think we run the risk of slamming them just terribly. And the place to start here is, quite frankly, coming back to something closer to the original proposal about rate design from SPS. To their credit, I think they got it right the first time. You'll note that all the signers to the stipulation are industrial customers. I'm not quite sure why staff and the AG signed on, whether they got caught up in looking at old formulas or what. But it seems to me we lost sight of that. And again, I find it really interesting that from the original STIP, major industrial customers went from an 11% increase to a 1.5% decrease, whereas residential customers went from a 9% increase up to an 11.5% increase. So anyway, and I'll point out, just a little while back in the EPE rate case, we had our hearing examiner, Carolyn Glick. We were discussing the ROE, and Carolyn was saying, arguing that going to more than a 5% decrease in their ROE from 9.4% to 9.0% would be excessive and would be kind of profit shock. And this commission basically went along with her on that, in that argument. And that would have been a change of 1% a year. Well, here we're talking about a 25% rate increase to customers, a potential, if we add up, all of these things happening together. And we're saying, okay. And I have to say, that feels to me like a very different level of treatment for the profits of shareholders than for the wallets of residential consumers. And I would say that given the way that the cases that are before the commission have been presented by SPS, I was saying potential 25% plus increase for residential customers over those 5 years. That for industrial customers, the net increase could be only 4 or 5% over that same time period. So I find all that very disturbing. And again, I certainly support all the revenue requirements of the stipulation. I think all that work was done well and in good faith. But I think something went horribly awry in how we're dividing up the expenses between the classes. And I'll make one further argument that kind of went to the questions I was asking Elizabeth earlier about how they calculated the supposed subsidy to residential customers. And that is that these old load profile and coincident peak approaches to rate making are all based so much on this idea of consistent capacity on a fuel-based system. And now we're facing a situation where capacity changes throughout the day. And the idea that consistent load customer throughout the day necessarily saves money for the system no longer obtains, because those costs and that availability is changing throughout the day. And there's a million issues around this, and I don't want to get too nerdy about it, so I won't. But the bottom line of it is, it doesn't make sense to me to be shifting the burden on customers between classes at a time when we haven't even properly evaluated how we should change our rate-making process. And it seems to me that a more prudent course would be to give relatively equal increases, including the fuel impacts, across the board. SPS is going to have a new rate case in 2 years. We're going to have our other utilities at 40% renewables in 5 years. Wouldn't it make more sense to not really shift the burdens between classes at this point? Take the next 2 years to develop an appropriate rate-making regimen for this vastly changed world of generation. And then in SPS's next case, which after all is only a couple years away, make the appropriate adjustments then when we've done our homework. So again, I appreciate all the work people have done on it, and I appreciate that they've followed procedure and used formulas that have historically been used. But I think we've kind of missed everybody, and the commission is just as guilty as anyone else here. So I'm not blaming the parties or SPS or anyone else, but we've all just kind of whiffed on this in terms of proactively addressing this rate-making structure. And I would hate to shift more burden to residential now, then go through our whole review of what rate making should be in this new world, and then discover, oh, we should have actually reduced their costs if we thought it through before. And now we end up whipsawing everybody. So again, I think all that really argues, and this may not all be the reason that SPS made its original proposal. I suspect it was more on the rate shock issue that drove their thinking on it. But I think for all those reasons, their original proposal about rate design made a lot of sense. And that somehow I would love to approve this stipulation, but we need to get more rate fairness into it. And I think we need to look back towards SPS's original proposal. So it's just things I want the rest of the commission to be thinking about between now and decision time.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Let's try and wrap this up. Are there any other questions or comments regarding the stipulation? And I'd like to ask our hearing examiner Hurst, what are the consequences of this commission trying to amend an uncontested stipulation? If you could just briefly explain what the consequences would be.
Mr. Chairman, well, obviously, if you take them at their word as set forth in the stipulation, if you don't adopt the stipulation as they signed it, they can pull out of it, and then if you have no stipulation, then the commission I would await the commission's instruction of sending the case back to me to hear the litigated case, because you would still have this case open and you would have no stipulation. So that's a potential if the commission tries to change the terms of the stipulation. I suppose in hypothetically, you might get some parties that would agree to it, to changes, whatever those changes might be. And then you might have other parties that didn't agree to it. And then the commission would have to decide whether or not the stipulation was void, or you would want to, or if what you would want to do with a contested stipulation. I mean, any changes that, that the commission might decide, to make, that would be, totally in the mind of whoever signed this document, sir. So those are the two avenues, I guess, or three. Well, actually four. You could approve the stipulation as written. You could reject the stipulation as written, or you could try to change it. And if you try to change it, that it's going to be up to the parties to say whether or not that they would adopt the changes. And I guess on any of those courses, you could be in the Supreme Court if one party is in disagreement with the commission action, I guess, other than at this point, other than agreeing with the stipulation. I would defer to your counsel, Mr. Chairman and commissioners. Like I say, those are the legal opinions or legal, my legal hypothesizing. But perhaps Ms. Amer can think of some other things.
I'd like us just to, focus solely on the stipulation itself, but I thought it was worth hearing what the potential consequences are. I, for one, support this stipulation. I thank all the parties that helped to arrive at it. I realize that we really should avoid disproportionately impacting other classes, other rate classes. But I also understand that about 20% of the rate base for SPS is residential, and the rest are non-residential or commercial industrial. So with that being said, I still want to open the floor to other commissioners to see if they have any other questions on the stipulated agreement.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Hall. Let's try and wrap this up.
Right. Well, I think what Commissioner Fishman said is very interesting. The thing that struck me about this stipulated agreement is, notwithstanding the small percentage of consumption, I guess, of the residential service, residential class, they make up just 28%. Nevertheless, they seem to be experiencing the highest increase in revenues that they're responsible for. I mean, they're in double digits, or at least they were at the beginning. Maybe it's gone down now since you adjust the numbers from the fuel cost on that, based on the table we're looking at earlier. maybe they're down to 9.18% of the increase on their total revenues. But alongside that are the primary general service and large general service transmission. They're in negative. They're in the negative. They're going to get a return. And I think there was some discussion earlier about how that was pursuant to some agreement to rebalance the load of rebalance the the shared costs. And I don't know, given that the residential class is such a small percentage, I don't understand why their revenues have to be increased to such a level compared to the larger industries who are basically getting a free ride here. And it just concerns me. And if there's a way we could resolve that, I would like that. And just to mention otherwise, I know this is a black box settlement and they have managed to reduce the revenue requirement by $25 million. That's great. I'm pleased with what they did. Nevertheless, I don't like it that I don't know how and why they did that. I just don't. I object to the idea of black box settlements in cases like this because we strive so hard for transparency, but there just simply isn't any in this kind of arrangement. And I don't feel that I'm certain that the residential class got adequate representation when I look at this, especially given the fact that when the case was originally filed, there was more of an equitable distribution of revenue increase borne by all the rate classes. So I find that bothersome, very troubling to me. And I would just be interested to at least understand whether or not the parties to the stipulated agreement could maybe take under consideration before they just walk away from the stipulated agreement, if they could take under consideration the kind of argument being made by Commissioner Fishman, which my understanding is to preserve the revenue requirement aspect of the stipulated agreement and but return to a more equitable distribution of costs borne by the varying costs. And I see Steve is raising his hand. Maybe he wants to amend something I just characterized in his.
No, actually, I was nodding my head and basically agreeing.
Yeah.
I don't feel, first of all, I don't feel compelled in any way to approve this stipulation just because it was uncontested. There are, by the way, several participants who never signed on to it. They decided to remain neutral.
Yeah.
But I do think this just has a horrendous effect when we look at everything that's going on consumers in that area. And their bills are going up because the fuel costs are going up. And that's yet another piece.
That's not supposed
to. I think we're ignoring principles of gradualism if we go forward with this. And I think that the way we've applied that idea in the past certainly seems to me to be an instance where we should apply it here. And certainly I find it very disturbing that when there's a $64 million or $60 million requirement increase, that we have one class of customers getting a decrease in their costs that's significant in their rates. So I find that disturbing. So I do think there are just fundamental gradualism principles here that we have observed when it favored a utility, but we're not observing when it can mitigate issues for residential consumers. One final thought is 80% of the power usage is for large industrial, but the vast majority of customers are residential and small commercial. We're impacting those people greatly. And in a time of financial stress, those many, many thousands of customers, I think it's something like 90,000, they're all getting impacted by this. And I think we should be looking at the number of customers impacted and how it impacts them, not just at the fact that they're smaller power users and they use fewer kilowatts. So anyway, that's my point of view.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Vice Chair Hall, can you wrap up your comments?
Yes. So as I was listening to hearing examiner Hurst, yes, I understand the parties, if we did not approve the stipulated agreement, the parties could walk away, but I think we could also maybe invite them to respond to whatever, proposal, if that's the word, Commissioner Fishman is making, and see if that would be something they could work with. And if not, then I guess it would have to go to a litigated case. But frankly, to me, that seems like a more transparent way to address this matter, and particularly in light of the fact that the residential customers in that neck of the woods down there are going to be hit with a number of other increases. I have been hit with other rate hikes and are suffering from the costs associated with the pandemic and extreme weather events. I just think we should take a more careful look at it. That's all. It's a quarter of the 28% of the service, the load that is, well, I don't know what it is they represent exactly of the customer load, but they're bearing a disproportionate, it looks to me like a disproportionate amount of the costs. So I suppose the parties to the stipulated agreement find that adequate, but as we know, 3 of the parties to the case are expressing no opinion and didn't sign up. So to me, it just has red flags. I just think we should look at it more carefully and at least see if they're willing to, in order to save what they believe they've saved in terms of time and energy and so forth, maybe they'd be willing to save their stipulated agreement by modifying. We should at least ask them that question. So that's where I'll leave it.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hall. Any other comments or questions by other commissioners? Commissioners Byrd and Vicente Aguilar.
No.
No questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I agree with Vice Chair Hall about the whole notion of using these black box agreements. I'm an engineer. I would love to see at least some calculated numbers from an accepted methodology as a means to compare it. But what I see in the big picture in this particular agreement is that all the parties or most of the parties have agreed to the stipulations. There were tremendous concessions made by SPS in this. What I would suggest before we embark on any effort to query the parties regarding potential changes, I think we ought to put this on the agenda for action next week and entertain any alternate orders to that effect. That would be my recommendation regarding this case. Judy, is that your plan to put forth a potential order next week?
Yes, I was going to bring it whenever the commission requested it. If you would like it next week, we can do it next week. And I can propose 2 orders. Unless someone proposes a third, but.
Yeah, I just think we should have that debate at that time when it's up for action. And then if it's the will of the commission to query some of the parties on potential changes, then I would honor that. But I just as soon put it on the agenda for action with potential optional orders.
Mr. Chair,
We'll do that.
Yes, Vice Chair Hall.
would it be possible to put it off 2 weeks? I'm going to have to be attending a conference I have to participate in. And it's next Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. So I can attend, but I'll be having to miss part of the conference. And I'm supposed to be an active participant throughout it, not just a member of the audience. So is that a possibility? Or, I mean, of course, I could skip that part of the conference as well, but I hate to do so.
So Vice Chair Hall, were you planning not to attend the meeting?
No, I was planning on attending the meeting, except for the fact that I wanted to make that request anyhow. So since we're talking about it now, I thought since you mentioned this case coming up next week, I wanted to ask that question.
Okay, I'm a little confused. If you're going to attend the meeting, I don't know next week why we would defer it for 2 weeks.
Only so I wouldn't drop the participatory obligation I had for that period of time. But I can do it as if the commission prefers to go forward with this next week, I will do that anyhow. I will just be absent from the conference during that time.
Okay, well, let me ask other commissioners, are you okay with deferring action in a couple of weeks to accommodate Vice Chair Hall's request?
I'm fine with that. I'm fine either way.
All right, Commissioners Byrd and
Mr.
Vicente
Chair.
Aguilar. Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
Is there a time limit that we're facing? Do we have to have a decision by a certain date here?
No.
Okay.
Commissioner
fine with
Byrd
waiting.
and members of the commission, the suspension period has been told during the time that the commission is considering the certification of stipulation. So the answer is no. But I'm sure SPS wants a decision as soon as possible.
Right.
All right,
Well, I'm fine.
you're fine to wait, Commissioner Byrd?
Yes,
2
sir.
weeks?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, any objection to that?
No, sir. I'm fine with it.
Okay, very well then. We will plan to put it on the agenda in 2 weeks. for
Thank you, Mr.
action.
Chair. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Sure. Any other final comments before we move on? All right, so I've got a question for everyone. It's just past 2 o'clock. We still have some legislative bills to discuss. I did ask Wayne if these were pressing and whether or not we can defer discussing them until the next meeting. And he said, sure, they're non-controversial and they're not time sensitive. So my question to you, commissioners, is are you okay with deferring discussion and action on the remaining agenda items? I presume we would have to amend the agenda yet again.
Mr. Chair, I'm fine with that.
As am I. Any objection to deferring these bills for discussion to the next meeting?
No.
Hearing no objection, then do I hear a motion to amend the agenda by deferring action on House Bills 6, 37, and 70 until the next meeting?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion on the motion? Michael Smith, please take the vote.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, that takes us all the way to communications with the Chief of Staff. Mr. Wayne.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Couple of brief updates. As you know, our House Appropriations and Finance Committee budget hearing is tomorrow afternoon. I haven't seen the final agenda yet, but I think they'll start around 1:30. As soon as that comes out, we'll of course provide it to the commission. I expect it to be very brief. I don't expect any fireworks. We're part of a group of other agencies that will be heard tomorrow afternoon. The LFC recommendations are out. The executive recommendations are out. There's not a whole lot of suspense left. But we will send, like I said, the information in terms of if commissioners want to tune into that budget hearing. I expect, as is their practice, that the committee will accept the lower of the two recommendations for FY23. That is the executive recommendation, which is a 6.9% overall increase in our budget over our current operating budget for FY22. The LFC, the House Appropriations and Finance Committee did meet this past Saturday to consider FY22 supplemental and special appropriation requests for the current budget year. They didn't take any action, but I expect that they will also go with the lower of the two recommendations for that, which is the executive, that's the LFC recommendation is lower for our special and supplemental requests for the current fiscal year. We're still waiting word on our request for additional bar language for FY22 and FY23, as well as bar language for the Community Solar Act for implementation of that, and to allow us to retain some of the application fees, up to $500,000 in application fees to administer that. They're still working on that section of House Bill 2. I would anticipate that it will probably be next week before we see what the executive and LFC are recommending for that particular request. Of course, once House Appropriations and Finance Committee has finalized House Bill 2, it'll go to the House floor, and then we'll go over to the Senate Finance Committee for its consideration. I intend to continue to work on some of the requests that we've made and see if we can get a little bit more resources here at the commission, both for the current fiscal year, but as well for next fiscal year. So I'll keep you updated. All in all, I think we're in good shape with House Bill 2 and House Appropriations and Finance Committee, pretty much along the lines of what I expected, but not everything that we asked for, but some good things in there in the recommendation that we'll get tomorrow. So we'll continue to working it. As the chairman indicated, we haven't received fiscal impact report requests on any of the bills that have been pre-filed, but those will start coming in over the next day or two. I don't expect the committees to really get geared up and start hearing legislation until next week, and maybe early mid next week. So I don't think there's any issue with holding over the items on your agenda today until consideration for at next week's commission hearing. And with that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any questions that you or other commissioners have.
Any questions for Wayne? Wow. Wayne, I just had one request. We have a policy for deliberating and taking positions on pending legislation during an active session. And it's in the protocol of operations, but I for one think it's a bit informal, and I'm not sure it's really nimble enough to allow you to respond on our behalf. And so I'd like you to take a look at the protocol of operations with respect to our process for taking positions on pending legislation, and see if there's any way that we should change it, or maybe perhaps pluck it out of the protocol for operations and memorialize it in the form of perhaps a resolution. I'll leave that to you, but I just want to make sure that we have a process that works for everyone and that's clear and as nimble as it can be, because we know that there'll be pieces of legislation introduced that we didn't anticipate or expect. But if you could do that, and I'm happy to work with you between now and maybe the next meeting to revisit that process and policy.
I'll do that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
On that topic, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
My recollection is in past legislative sessions, we wanted to be sure no commissioner's voice got buried by a majority vote. So what we decided we would do is that if it was unanimous, we would send it forward as a commission recommendation. And if we didn't have a unanimous vote, then each commissioner could do their endorsement or not as they pleased. So anyway, that was my recollection of how we did that. And I just wanted to check in with other commissioners if that's where their recollection as well.
Mr. Chair, yes. Yeah, me too.
Vice Chair Hall and then Commissioner Byrd, and keep in mind that we will discuss this at the next meeting.
Okay.
Well, I was just going to say that was my recollection as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Byrd.
Right. That's how we've handled it.
All right, thank you. So let's move on. Communications with General Counsel. Michael Smith.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I don't have a lot to talk about today, but obviously we are available to talk to the commissioners whenever you have questions. So that's it for today.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions for Michael Smith? I had one. I know that Hans is leaving us. When?
Oh, yes.
When is he departing?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, he is tentatively, I believe his last day would be February 4th. And we are in the process of trying to get a job posting in the Bar Bolton today and advertise with the state, obviously. And so we're looking at our options that way at trying to get somebody in as soon as possible.
Thanks, Mike. I just want to make sure we give him a proper, I guess, virtual send off.
I'm sure he'll appreciate that.
All right. Any other questions for Office of General Counsel?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Fishman.
I just wanted to take a second since Hans is on here. You're irreplaceable, Hans. We're going to miss you. And good luck.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Fishman. Thank you very much for the sentiment.
I'm going to withhold my heaps of praise until that meeting. Anybody else?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I want to do that too. I hope we can give Hans a bigger send off before he goes.
Absolutely. All right. Let's move on to communications with commissioners. Any commissioners have anything to share? You're all tucked out, huh?
Yes, sir.
Thankfully.
All right, then, if there's no other communications from commissioners, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Adios.
Good day, everybody.
Have a good day, guys.
Take care.